All right, now we're live. Apologies for the mix-up earlier. Accidentally ended the stream. But we're headed. If you saw my Twitter, stop number 1 was closed, which was a farmhouse, like an old farmhouse. Not too devastated that we missed out on that one. So now we're headed to the Met Cloisters. Not entirely sure what that is. It is, I'm not going a direct shot down, so it's going to end up being somewhere between, I think, 16 and 17 miles. I think if you go direct down, it's like 15 point something. So adding like a mile and a half, 2 miles to the walk, so I can see a couple things, because I don't anticipate being up here very often again. So made a little landmark path of things that I wanted to see on my way down. It's actually like a more popular thing than I thought. I just looked on TikTok and people have mapped out for me. Let's see. I think I go straight here. I feel like I'm gonna get myself injured. Like interacting with chat, making sure the camera's on me and not looking both ways when I cross, type of thing. But Mustafa, I'm not gonna cheat it, all right? I lost fair and square, and so I'm gonna walk the full thing. What they don't talk about is I looked when I got off the subway to get to the top of Manhattan, and I had already taken 4,000 steps. So they don't talk about that. That you don't like spawn to the top of Manhattan. It takes a little work to get there. But forty people in the shot. All right, I think we're close to where we want to not start, but where our next objective starts. We only have 6 likes. That's super fair. We haven't really done anything yet, but we're gonna enter a little park right here. The Ann Loftus Playground. This looks nice. I'd get in the water, but I can't risk losing the stream again, so it is what it is. I think I go up through here. Why do you orange coats on them? Make sure they don't lose them. Yes, I am a Spurs fan. I'm surprised there's a lot of soccer fans in here. Thoughts on no tight end premium? I am team no tight end premium because tight end premium in the past that would then have I think there's people who have played tight end premium in the past that would then have an advantage against the rest of us. I'm kind of just walking aimlessly. Like, I'm not on my trek anymore. And I feel like right now, as I'm feeling good, I'm fine with that. And then eventually I'm going to regret that big time. But it is what it is. But this looks like a nice little path. The gate's open. Let's see where this takes us. The question is, do we want to go up steps? No, but like, you gotta be curious, man. What's up these steps? So I'm gonna give it a go. You know, you got people hiking everywhere. So let's see what's up here. Yeah, I know I should avoid steps, but I'm trying to explore. God, I'm already gassed. Thoughts on the Yom Committee? I think who's the Yom Committee? It's Sean, our head of ops from Snapback. I think that's a travesty. He's a behind the scenes guy. So any chance he has to be front of cam and make it about himself, he's gonna do it. And what you want is impartial people who like being in the background. That's the problem with, like, I'm not gonna get political, but that's the problem with a lot of people who want to be a character rather than just doing their job. How are you? Who else is on the Yelm committee? Big Cat. He knows trivia. I don't know how that translates to being a fantasy football commissioner, but I think that's fine. Pete Overzet, he should be like the head of committee. You know, on the college football playoff committee, when they do the interview on ESPN after they put out the rankings, there's the one guy talking about it. That should be Pete. Pete is the best equipped to do the job, for sure. He's definitely... Which way do we go? We can go to the right. We can go up the stairs. And we can go over here. Fuck it, let's keep going upstairs. So those are 3 people on the committee. I don't know who else is... Oh, there's a fan. I don't know who else is on the committee, so... Those are my thoughts on the 3 people. Pete, great. I think Big Cat will be good. Sean will be a travesty. I just know at mile 12, I'm going to be thinking back to when these steps were super optional. Like, I'm not even going down. I think I'm going further up to the top of this park. If you could pick an NFL player to be on the committee, who would you want it to be? Oh, that's a good question. It has to be people that... Oh, this is where I was going. The Met Cloisters, stop number 2. Perfect. That worked out well. So apparently, it's these big... It's this big castle type of thing. And you guys all know the Met Gala. I don't know what the Cloisters' relationship to the gala is, but everyone said this was a must stop if you get this high. So we've made it to the Met Cloisters. Back to, if you could pick someone for the committee, it has to be someone who has done / cares about fantasy. So I know, I feel like Portnoy is in a fantasy football group. Oh no, that's with baseball players. Never mind. Eckler's into fantasy. He would probably be the best. I think he was in a fantasy league with Nick and maybe Jack one year. So I think Eckler would be a good person to have it. How far the walk? And do I need an oxygen tank? Oxygen tank? No. I just walked up a ton of steps. Did I just hit a dead end? I did. But we can get a little closer look at the elves. Oh no, there's steps down. Of course, tell me it's Wednesday. Closed on Wednesdays. I'm actually 2 for 2 of going to places that are closed. Need to post this to Twitter real quick. Okay. So, I went to the Dykeman House. That was stop number 2. Both. Dykeman House for the week, Cloisters just on Wednesdays. I research, but it turns out I did not do good enough research. Good self-deprecating joke by Nate there. Let me post this to Twitter real quick. Stop number 2. Met Cloisters. Also closed. All right, cool. So 2 for 2 on our stops. In case people want to track where I'm going next, let me pull up my map. Stop number 3 is the Morris Jumel Mansion. So apparently this is the oldest mansion in New York, and it's where, I think they said where George Washington had his headquarters during, yikes, World War I? George Washington? Civil War? I don't know. But that's where we're headed now, to a really old mansion. Hopefully that's, let's see how to get there. Where are we going? Morris Jumel Mansion. Let me put that into... Are you supposed to be doing side quests? I don't know. I mean, I figured it would be slightly more exciting for you guys if I did side quests, but nothing I've gone to is open thus far. I mean, you can see the cloister from here. It's really nothing special. That's the problem with the US, is like, even our historic shit is not that old because we're obviously a new country. Whereas when you go to Europe and Asia, shit's been there for so long that, you know, it actually looks different. Cloister just looks like a fake castle, but all right, we've made it to the water. Let's walk along the water. We'll go down along the water, and then we'll take a left over towards, this little George Washington mansion. Yeah, I mean, the trip is 17 miles. I've heard it's pretty grueling, but I figured if I'm not doing side quests, like me just walking in a straight line down Manhattan wouldn't be super interesting. Now, is this punishment as a whole that interesting? Maybe. I was trying to go to some places that may be cool to show. Oh, great. From Google. The Jumel Mansion is also closed. All right, at this point, I'm just going to see how many places I can go that are closed. So it seems like number 3 on the trip is also going to be closed. How long is the walk? It's going to end up being 6 or 7 hours due to me taking some side quests. Straight down, I think it would have taken 5. Yes, I see that the mansion is closed, but we're going anyway because you can see it from the outside, and it kind of is on the way down anyway, so might as well just continue the bit of only going to closed places. But we've got the water over there. That looks nice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Wednesday is reset day. Give me a second as I go past this bobcat. Oh, he's telling me to stop. Looks like we're moving water. All right, a quick recap for anyone who's just joining us. We started 30 minutes late because I got on the wrong subway. Then I accidentally ended the original stream link that everyone was waiting on. So we had to start a new stream link. Then I went to the Dykeman farmhouse. That was closed. And then I just went to the Met Cloisters. That was also closed. So safe to say things aren't entirely going my way. But let's put in our next location into Google Maps and get to where we need to go. How are you? Let's see. Morris Jumel Mansion. That's 2 miles. It says 50 minutes to get to the Morris Jumel. We may need to stop for some food or some drink along the way, but Angale. Yeah, punishing myself on my own punishment. Lions record prediction. Let me pull up their schedule. I'll just quick fire. Under a minute, me predicting the Lions schedule. I don't know, due to being at the World Cup all summer, I did miss a lot of, I know they happened before I left, but I wasn't staying up to date with all the transactions. So I don't fully know, but Lions at home versus Saints, 1-0. At Bills, 1-1. Home against the Jets, 2-1. At the Panthers, 3-1. At the Cardinals, 4-1. Home against the Packers, 5-1. Home against the Lions, 6-1. At Dolphins, 7-1. Home against the Patriots, 8-1. Home against the Bucks, 9-1. Home against the Bears, that's Thanksgiving, 10-1. At the Falcons, 11-1. Home against the Titans, 12-1. At Vikings, 13-1. Home against the Giants, 14-1. At Bears, 14-2. At Packers, 15-2. Yeah, I've got the Lions going 15-2 or 14-3. Yeah. Whoever said the Lions schedule was easy was spot on. That may be a bit hyperbole. 15-2, 14-3, whatever I said. But I feel like the Lions schedule is an absolute layup outside of their... Oh, Google Maps is fucking me. Apparently I'm not on the right path. But we're gonna figure it out. Yeah, I can eat my food on the go. All I need to stop for is to actually order the food. But it'll all be grab and go stuff, so. All right, where am I? This looks like a very nice park that I'm about to enter. And yes, I'm sweating way more than I originally expected to be, but it's a little hot. So it is what it is. Dining in the park. Wait, why does it say I'm going back towards the Masters? That would be a nightmare, because that's what we're trying to get away from. But I think we'll be fine. I think if I stay straight down this path, at least I'm going south. I've been walking for an hour, essentially on the dot, maybe an hour, for 30 minutes. And I haven't started going south yet. This is the first. I'll be going horizontal across Manhattan. But now we are headed down because I got to get to the bar at least around 5:30. And it's 11:30 now, 6 hours, yeah. Kind of got to get going, but we'll get there. This year, same challenge, weighted vest. 31 likes. No way to go, King. I don't know what that means. Am I barefoot? No. I've got my Hokas on. Oh, 31 likes now. Yeah, keep hitting that like button. if you're enjoying my tour of New York City. And feel free to ask any questions. I'll give you all the fantasy advice you want because I'm going from worst to first this year. And if we're keeping it a buck, we're the only league that actually uses... Like, I didn't actually finish in last, if we're keeping it real. Fort Tryon Park. Got some people playing pickup basketball. First drink I'm having at the bar. I'm probably not drinking. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I hate drinking like 1 or 2 casual beers. I either want to get like absolutely fucked up or I don't want to drink at all. I feel like 1 or 2 beers just gets me tired. All right, this is Fort Tryon Park. I'm wondering if I can walk through this park down or I gotta stay on this street. Let's take a look. Looks like it has a nice walking. Actually, no, it doesn't. Yeah, we gotta stay up here. Okay. Yeah, no, I know that's not a popular take. People love like 1 or 2 crispy beers after a long day. That's just not me. So, yeah, probably not gonna have a drink. But what was the next question? Rate Guts ball knowledge. I need you to be more specific on ball knowledge. Like, does he have fun facts like on grid games memorized? Yes. Is he able to like watch ball and identify it in a good manner? I would say absolutely not. The guy thought Kyler Murray was a good quarterback. So clearly he doesn't have an eye for ball. You see that a lot, you know, people who played high-level ball and then it just doesn't translate to the analytical level. And that is what we got with Gut. He just can't watch ball and identify good from bad. Good player on the field, though. So, you know, not everyone's perfect. What do you think will have a better fantasy year, Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price? I say Price because of going to a better team. Yeah, I think you see a similar thing with Ashton Genty. The problem with drafting a running back high is I feel like in year 1, that's never going to work. Now, in year 3, 4, and 5, when you improve the team around him, will that work? Potentially. But like you said, Jeremiah Love is going into a horrible situation with the Cardinals. So I would say not that it's a toss-up. If gun to my head, I'd still choose Love. But like based off of where they're being drafted, I don't think it's that far. What does JMO drink? JMO doesn't drink. I'll buy you a Guinness. Thank you. Gut has coach fantasy. Yeah, I mean, can't really touch on his coaching expertise. I've never gone to any of I think he coaches U12s, U13s, U14s maybe games. So I don't know how good of a coach he is, but in terms of just like, you throw on Monday Night Football, we watch the game. It's like, what were your 3 biggest takeaways? I think I have a better eye for that than he would. And don't get me started on his film breakdowns. Like, give me a break, man. When is the draft for this season? I believe the 24th or 25th. I think we're doing softball game to determine draft order, similar to how we do the fantasy football, not the flag football game. And then we're doing a home run derby potentially to determine draft order. A softball game just to continue the BDG snapback rivalry. And then I believe the draft is Tuesday the 25th, if I have those dates correct. Who would you take first in Superflex? Bijan, Gibbs, or Allen? I assume Allen is Josh Allen. Unless I'm wrong. Like in Superflex, you got to take Josh Allen, right? I haven't done a mock draft yet, but isn't Jalen the 101 in Superflex in like every single draft? Unless I'm missing an Allen. Braylon? Oh, Bijan, Gibbs, or Braylon Allen. I do like Braylon, but I would go probably Gibbs, Bijan, Braylon Allen would be my order. Can Icy Vert shock the world? No idea his fantasy knowledge. So I think something that gets mixed up in this league is that anyone has an advantage due to their fantasy knowledge. JL won year one. He literally is a product engineer. He may not, I don't want to, he's an engineer. He was behind the camera, not a fantasy guy. I was the 1 seed year one. And then in year two, Jack was the 1 seed and won. He's not a fantasy guy. So I'm not sure why people think that Icy Vert would shock people with his fantasy knowledge. All the people you think have fantasy knowledge have yet to do anything serious in this league yet. So no one with fantasy knowledge has gotten the 1 seed or won a championship yet. So Icy Vert feels like he fits right in. My route through downtown and midtown. So when I get to Central Park 110th, I'm going to go through Central Park. That'll spit me out around 50th. Then I think I'm going to avoid Times Square and go to the West Side Highway and walk along the water until I get to Battery Park. A lot of people are going non-QB and Superflex this year. Yeah, I didn't know that. Again, I haven't done a ton of my research yet. I was still winding down from the World Cup. But that's very interesting. Is there a reason why? Can you tell me why? Like, what are people's thoughts? Why is that being done this year? I've always been told this league was the first time I did Superflex. So all I know is kind of the sample size of this league. And it seems like everyone went quarterback heavy, and that did or didn't work out depending on if you hit on them. I've just always assumed that you take the top quarterbacks early. So good question. Am I as gay as my brother? Well, I would go with no, but I would need an example as to why you think he's gay, because I think you're going with the version of gay that is not like guys liking each other, because he has a wife. So you're talking about the other form of gay, which he definitely can be cringe at times. There's just so many good mid-tier QBs. Yeah, I guess that's fair. But I feel like Josh Allen is like the one where you don't have to question if he's going to fall into that group of mid-tier QBs to where he would still be worthwhile taking. But again, need to do more research. Did you want an extra tight end spot this year? No, I did not. Update on the World Cup weight loss. We project that I was down 7 to 10 pounds post-World Cup. I've probably put a pound or two back on since then. Probably going to lose that pound or two today. So net, I would say I'm just under around 200 pounds right now would be my guess. What's my soccer team and why do I support them? I'm a Tottenham fan. I'm a Tottenham fan because 2014 World Cup is when I really started following international soccer, watching it on TV. Clint Dempsey was the USA's best player. I loved Clint Dempsey. I saw he was at Tottenham at the time. I started playing with Tottenham on FIFA. You got Defoe, Modric, Bale, etc. And then ever since I played with them in FIFA, I kind of just fell in love with them. And yeah, I've been a Tottenham fan now for 12 to 13 years. It's crazy how long it's been. Are you armed? This could take a while. I don't know what that means, are you armed? With a gun? No. Thoughts on the Bruno G transfer? He's fantastic. It just continues to solidify one of the better midfields in the Premier League. I think it's a great signing, but I still think their biggest hole is and has been the attack. I think Saka's great, but I don't think he's a number one to lead an attack. So if they're going to go back-to-back, I don't know if it has to be Vinicius, but I think they got to get one more attacker in the door because Gyökeres and Havertz can be up and down. Martinelli is trash. So Bruno G's a fantastic signing, proven Premier League beast, but they need an attacker. Favorite underrated player that was fun to use on FIFA? Probably Hatem Ben Arfa. I remember for like 2 years in my prime FIFA days playing Ben Arfa at the 10 with some French links was always a ton of fun. His left foot finesse shot was always so crispy, really tight dribbling. The perfect player to play the number 10. I loved Hatem Ben Arfa. Fave FIFA player is Doku or Sesko. What's your prediction? Where our Spurs will finish this season realistically? It's almost impossible to predict because there's so much more that's going to happen in the window. If we use the team that we have today, I think we finish somewhere from 7th to 9th. If we sell Romero, bring in a Gakpo or a Savinho, then you start to have the top 5 conversation. But right now, our attack is Solanke, Kudus, and Tell, which just very simply is not good enough. So today, 7th or 9th, in 3 weeks when the transfer window closes, 4 weeks, it could be 5th. Favorite sports experience you wish you could relive? Oh, that's a great question. Probably winning the Kentucky Derby. If you don't know that story, you can watch the video of it. But long story short, we had a partnership with a company that owned a horse that was in the Kentucky Derby. Then accidentally, we ended up in the owner's suite for the Derby. And then that horse was like a 20-1 or 18-1 long shot. And he won. And that was probably the best sporting moment of my life. I'm going to get some fresh squeezed OJ. Hi, how much?
¿Qué quieren?
Yes.
6.
6?
Bye.
All right, I'll do the orange juice.
Orange juice, 6. Hola. Aquí la calidad. Sí, ¿quieres una limonada? Es que si es una señorita ahorita va a beber. No va a dar. Sí. ¿Quiere hielo? Ice.
Ice, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ahora sí.
All right. A little fresh squeezed OJ. Get a little sugar in me. I need to get some water at some point. I haven't hydrated yet today. But soon I'm going to pick up some food, some coffee, and some water. Jack said I have to eat it on the walk. The one thing I'm starting to realize is I've got no free hands. So a coffee and a bagel is going to get tough. I guess I just got to go bagel, coffee first, throw the coffee out, and then go bagel. Let's see if I can use this tripod really quick. No? Is this gonna work or no? Yep, there we go. Nope. There we go. Nope. All right, you're just going there. All right. Got our OJ secured. Now we continue on. I mean, when you talk fresh squeeze, that's about as fresh as it gets, no? I got my other backpack strap on. That was just momentarily. This is fantastic. Fantastic. All right. We're approaching a bridge Need to figure out where I'm going, but I'm limited on hands. All right, just still straight. Don't know what that is, but at Fizzy Colaz, there's just no way that is the best. That's the best burn you could come up with. I just refuse to believe that. You gotta have a better insult than that I would work at McDonald's. But what would I be doing if I wasn't in sports media? That I don't have that question. I'd probably be in music. So I had an internship at a record label this summer that ended up being COVID. I was going to be in LA for the summer at a record label doing an internship there. It got canceled due to COVID. And when I was home, Jack was like, you should probably get something on your resume so you can intern for me. And that's kind of when all this snapback business started for me. So if I wasn't doing sports media, I think I'd be working in music in some capacity, just because that was going to be my internship in between sophomore and junior year. What's my biggest concern for the day? Is it crazy I don't have a concern? Not in like a cocky way, but like, I guess maybe like my legs giving out, but I don't know. I walked so much at the World Cup, never 17 miles in a day. But I don't know. I feel like it's going to be fine. Would you still live in New York if the snapback office wasn't there? Yes, my girlfriend and her entire family lives in New York. So she said that New York was a non-negotiable permanently when we started dating, which I'm perfectly fine with. What's my biggest missed opportunity as a content creator? I used to be way funnier. Back in the day. And I went back and forth, and Jack always says this, I went back and forth on doing FIFA YouTube, like being a YouTuber, and I just never did it. Meanwhile, my close friends would just come over to watch me play Foot Champs because it's so entertaining. And I wasn't even recording it. So that's probably my biggest regret. I'm pretty confident that if I had done it consistently and stuck with it up to now, I could have made a career out of playing FIFA, which obviously would have been cool. And then I think, like a lot of FIFA YouTubers did, they transitioned that into doing other things like IRL, soccer stuff, going to soccer games. Like, I think I could have transitioned it into pretty much what I did for Snapback for the World Cup. Anyways, so that would be my biggest missed opportunity, was not starting to do YouTube early when I was in middle and high school. All right, we're at 100. And 73rd Street. Feeling good. We're 47 minutes into the stream. We're getting close to our next stop, which I know is closed, but is the Morris Jumel Mansion. But it's just funny that we're about to go to something that we know is already closed. Did you prefer this punishment or the one last year that Joe did? What did he do? He did Miles Donuts, Chip, and something else. I think I prefer this. I get to see. I've lived in New York for 4 years. I've never come this high up. So I think it's cool. I don't know if I ever would have motivated myself. It's pretty common for people to do this. So maybe someone would have suggested, like, hey. But I also don't have that many free days in New York. So it's not like people who work 9 to 5 are here every weekend and are like, all right, one weekend, we've done everything. Let's walk tip to tip. So I truly don't know if I would have ever done this. So I definitely prefer this to that. And if I would have had to eat however many donuts, like, this is just a really good workout for the week, as I'm about to go on vacation tomorrow. So it kind of just worked out pretty well. Did you consider swimming tip to tip? I did not. I don't think that water is safe to swim in, if I'm correct. So no, I did not. Although I do love swimming. I will be going swimming this weekend. My girlfriend and I are going to San Diego, and we're going to spend a lot of time at the beach. So I will be swimming this weekend. The one thing, I had dinner with my uncle yesterday, and he was like, did you think about the fact that, one, you're going to be ungodly sore for a 6-hour flight to San Diego tomorrow morning? I was like, no, horrible timing. And two, I really, really hope I didn't ruin our trip, because I'm going to be sore all weekend, without a doubt. I think the lag is I put the, I have a portable charger, like, connected to it. I don't know if that's what the problem is. Let me see if I can fix it quickly. Is it still lagging? Imposing, Chris? Let me know if it's still lagging. I just switched it up a little. If this doesn't work, I don't really know what I can do. It's better? Okay, good. Yeah, I think it's because I had the mag, like the mag cover on it. So I'll just keep that off for now. All right. Oh, Jesus. Why is this the technical difficulties? Sorry. What is going on? All right, there we go. Sorry about that. All right, where are we now? All right, sorry about that. Any other questions for the 40 of you that are currently tuned in? 46. We are passing. Getting a little lightheaded. Maybe time for food. Sooner rather than later. If you got turned into one beverage, what beverage would you choose? I think I'd choose iced coffee. It's my favorite beverage. I'd love to be ingested to give people energy. Like, that sounds good to me. So, oh, that's not a crosswalk. All right, hold please. Yeah, I'd go with iced coffee. I feel like if it's my favorite drink and I can give people energy, and if you know, coffee, black coffee, not when you put all that sugar and cream and shit in there. Black coffee is one of the best drinks for your health possible. So I'm healthy, I give energy, and I taste good. I think my tripod is breaking, which would be an absolute nightmare for everybody involved. Fuck me. Now I'm all zoomed in. Sorry. Hold please. Okay. That should be fixed. What's the move for this year's fantasy punishment? Oh, what's the move for this year in fantasy so you don't have to do the punishment? Not really looking to. I had one of the highest scoring teams of the entire thing, so I just got unlucky with schedulings. Jesus motherfucking Christ. That's not good. My tripod already broke. All right. We are back moving. My tripod did break, so that may end up being an absolute nightmare, but we'll see. Will you prepare for the draft like you did this walk? Yeah, there's going to be a very similar amount of prep that I will put into the draft as I did this walk. So, I guess the answer to that question is they're the same. Do I feel ill-prepared for this walk? I think I'm pretty prepared. Who in the BDG office do you think you could beat in a fight? Hudson? I low-key think I could beat Nick in a fight also, I won't lie. Hudson and Nick. And Sexy, of course. Obviously Sexy. Yeah, I guess the only people I couldn't would be Gut and JMO. What is up with people wanting to see people fight? I have no interest in boxing anybody. I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Think you'll make it to the end by 4? I can just put in right now. I don't plan on stopping like too often, so I'll put in what it's saying now to get all the way down, and I'll let you know. ETA, my ETA currently is 4:56. So I bet that I'm gonna get there. A couple more detours I want to make around 5:30. I would say 5:30. I'd comfortably get down to the bar. So yeah, 5:30. I definitely won't make it to the end by 4. That is certainly out of the question. So, yeah. That's the current schedule. I'd plan on like 5:30. I feel like that's more ideal. I feel like 4 was ambitious for people to come meet us. People have work. 5:30 feels way more realistic to come meet. Tip to tip means Manhattan is an island, in case you didn't know that. An island is a piece of land that is completely surrounded by water. So I'm going from the tip of the island, meaning the top, to the bottom of the island, meaning the bottom, which in total is going to be around 17 miles. I hope that answers your question.
Nunca se ha movido esa carga. Por eso que lo ahorita por aquí.
I have to be honest. My legs are starting to get tight. Do I think any snapback fans will recognize me as I walk? Honestly, not really. I don't know why that guy's beeping at me. No, I don't think any snapback. I feel like Jack and I rarely get recognized in New York. I don't know why that is, but no, unless someone starts like stream sniping me, no, I don't expect to get seen. Top 10 athletes all time, any sport, any genders. Oh, both genders. Jeez. All right. Top 10 athletes all time. I can't do an order just because that's too difficult. We'll start with males. Top 10 male athletes. Tiger Woods, Michael Phelps, Muhammad Ali, LeBron, MJ, Messi, Ronaldo, that's 7. Brady is 8. Djokovic is 9. Am I missing anybody? Am I missing any sports? I did soccer. Oh, baseball I didn't do. Or hockey. Fuck. Ooh. Because McDavid's got to be on there. But Shohei's also got to be on there. Fuck, that's hard, actually. Yeah, Tiger, Phelps, Ali, Bron, MJ, Messi, Ronaldo, Brady, Lamar. Fuck. 10's hard. That's like my 10 to 15 athletes. Oh, Usain Bolt. That's a great call. Usain's got to be on there for sure. Djokovic over Federer for sure. I feel like it's pretty appreciated that Djokovic is the GOAT at this point. For me, and I know this may be wrong, but like the whole like Gretzky, Babe Ruth, like that whole thing, like I'm taking Shohei and I'm taking McDavid over those guys any day. Any day. One, I didn't get to watch them. So how can I really, unless they're undisputed the greatest, I feel like it's really hard for me to put, you know, like all those old guys. So I just prefer to go with the freaks of these days. The McDavids, the Shoheis. And yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it. And then women, you got to go Simone Biles. You got to go Serena. You got to go... Who's like considered the GOAT WNBA player? That I don't know. I mean, all due respect to women's sports, I'm a huge fan, but I don't know who like the GOATs are. Like Mia Hamm would be on there. Martha, the Brazilian soccer player, I know she's probably on there. Are Venus and Serena both on there? Is it Sharapova? What other women's sports? Are there any big gymnasts that I'm missing? Any big track stars? What else? Like golfers? Is Taurasi the GOAT WNBA player? I feel like that can't be true. Is Asia Wilson the GOAT already? I guess that wouldn't be too surprising to me. Wait. Maya Moore's the GOAT? Oh, is that because of college and the W? I guess when you put together college and pros, those UConn girls. Sue Bird, yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like based off this, there isn't a definitive GOAT WNBA player yet. When it's all said and done on Caitlin's career, I'd have to imagine she's the GOAT, but she needs to win something first. More than something, she needs to win a couple things before she can be the GOAT. What is it, Amanda Nunes, UFC fighter? Ronda Rousey's a good shout. I think this is it. We've made it. It is under construction, as you can see. I'm gonna go over to the entrance. But this was George Washington. I'll get you the exact fact, actually, of what exactly this is. Horace Jumel Mansion. So it's fully under construction, as you can see. But it is open enough to where you can like walk a circle around it. But yeah, the full thing is under construction, it seems. Let's see what's down here. All right, that was pretty disappointing. Full thing is under construction. Got to take a quick picture for Twitter. But it looks like we found the entrance at least. That's going to be your front door. Alrighty. Now, just need to tweet this quickly. Is there like a bench I could tweet this on, or just put this thing down? Let's see, is this gonna stay here? It is. Alright, 1 second. Thank you. Feels like a very nice selfie. Oh, we're sliding. What is this called? Horace Jumel Mansion. All right, that tweet is live. And what is our next stop? Our next stop is Strivers Row. Oh no, our next stop is G. What's G? G is Common Good Harlem, which is, I believe, that people spoke highly of. So we're gonna go to Common Good Harlem. Yes, this place looks absolutely fantastic. 17-minute walk. We get to walk through a little park on our way there. Very nice. Then I think we're going to swing over to Columbia University for a little bit. I've got to give like a little speech. Alrighty. Yeah, it is definitely time to eat and get some coffee. It is 12:30. We've walked, I don't even know how far, and we've yet to have a sip of water or any food. The key is, though, is you got to stay light on your feet because you don't want to be holding like a super heavy meal throughout this walk. But it's not like I'm running a marathon, like I don't need gels. But you don't want to be weighed down by something too heavy, so here we go. To the coffee shop we go. Any other questions in the chat? When I was young, did I want to be a content creator? No, I did not. I don't remember what I used to write down. Like, what do you want to do when you grow up? I'm not sure I ever knew. I didn't think I had a plan. My 3 biggest passions have always been food, music, and sports. So I'm glad that I'm working in one of those. I honestly thought I was always just gonna do something businessy. That's always been like what's interesting to me. A lot of people told me I should have been a lawyer because I love to argue so much. Now, a lot of people like to argue, not necessarily a correlation between wanting to argue and being able to be a lawyer. I understand that. But I do think if I had wanted to, I could have been a lawyer. That's just not what happened. What's your favorite video game? FIFA forever has been my favorite video game. Right now, I'm in a huge NHL kick because I've been playing my roommate in NHL sometimes at night when I'm home. And the tab is currently, I'm up $250 on him in our NHL series. So that's pretty exciting. Why don't you like the Snapback Sports head of operations Sean Johnson pick for the playoff committee? I think he'll make it about himself. As his job is, it's a thankless position. You're never going to get like a good job. You're only going to get screamed at. And I think that's what happens. You know, you saw it. You suggested a different restaurant and he jumped down your throat. So I think this is another position where you don't get the credit you deserve necessarily. You only get yelled at when something goes wrong, like his job at Snapback currently is. And I just think he's going to make it about himself, you know? He's like, fuck it, if everyone's going to get mad at me, might as well give him something to get mad about. So I don't support the choice. The moment he got a webcam was the moment that I was like, he's going to be on camera more than he probably should if he wants to get a webcam for himself. So that's when I knew that we're in trouble. If you only had 3 months to prepare to beat a randomly selected 100,000 people in the world at one thing. What would you choose? Ooh, that is such a good question. Fizzy, I knew you'd have something better in your bag than a McDonald's chirp. That's a fantastic question. So you need to figure out, what am I already in the upper percent at? What am I already in the upper percent at that then if I spend the next 3 months dedicated to it, I become like one of the best? Wow, what a question. I really have no idea. What would your answer be, Fizzy? Maybe you would spark some inspiration for me. Because that's a fantastic question. I really don't have the answer to that, honestly. Because I don't know what I'm already... In high school, I would have said FIFA. I would have taken my chances on, if 100,000 people are selected, I would be the best out of those 100,000. I'm not as good as I used to be. So... Oh, where do these steps take us? Should I find out or no? Or should we stay up? Should we go down or up? Let's go down. Yeah, rowing's a really, really good one. Super niche. If you already have experience in it, you're probably already in the 0.5% if you did it in college. That's a good one. I don't think going down these steps was the right play. Any relation to Casey Neistat? Well, considering last name is the relation, I'm going to go with no. I really don't know how to get where I'm trying to go. I think the stairs are the play. Let's see. What year and pick is the fantasy that still haunts you to this day? I drafted Caleb Johnson last year, the Pittsburgh Steelers running back who never played a fucking snap last year. That's the one that haunts me. Because there were so many, not only like Caleb Johnson was a complete dud, never got a point out of him the entire season, but there were not only people who gave you points throughout the season around where I picked Caleb Johnson, but like stars. Star may be an aggressive term, but like some bona fide starters in that around where I took him. So that one definitely hurts. Draft Dart? No interest in drafting Dart, if I'm being honest. I know the fastest way is on Broadway, but I want to see some things along the way that I won't see if I just go straight down Broadway. trying to see some shit, trying to be adventurous. Yes, my legs are already killing me, but fuck it. What's my approach to Yelm this year? My approach is the same. As I said earlier, I had one of the better teams. I got very unlucky with scheduling, injuries, whatever it may be. I'm going to continue to draft one of the best teams, like I did year one when I was the 1 seed. I draft good players because unlike all the fantasy nerds, I actually watch ball so I can identify good players. And you need good players to win in fantasy. It's fucking that simple, man. All right, we are 6 minutes away from coffee and food, which is very exciting. Honestly, the hardest part is holding the tripod up. I'm getting a bicep workout equally as much as I'm getting a lower half workout in. Who would you like to see in the toilet bowl this season? JMO number one. Probably a JMO Nate matchup would be probably my favorite matchup for the toilet bowl. Just two insufferable humans when it comes to fantasy football. Two of my favorite humans, holistically. But when it comes to fantasy, I think those are the two people I hate the most. JMO and Nate. The best Ohio State team, it's really hard. My 4 years there, I got blessed. Despite not winning a championship, I got blessed with 4 of the best years. I had Haskins year 1, 2 years of Fields, 1 year of Stroud. I think it's got to be low-key the COVID year when we had Okudah, Chase Young, Fields, when we got robbed against Clemson in the semifinal. I actually think that team was better than the team that made it to the national title the next year. But there really is an argument for all 4 of my years at college because actually there's not really an argument for my senior year team. We lost to Michigan. So yeah, I'd say it was one of the Fields years. Either my sophomore year or my junior year with Fields would probably be the best Ohio State teams. My phone battery is at 88 because I have a portable plugged in at all times. So, and I have a backup portable in my backpack. So, the one thing that won't be an issue is phone battery. So that's good. Anyone know the weather in NYC today? It is overcast, which is really, really nice. It's overcast and I'm gonna guess 79 degrees would be my guess. I'll check right now. It's 83 degrees, 83 and cloudy. Not too bad. Like I'm sweating obviously because I've been walking for 2.5 hours consecutively, but I'm on 149th if you want to meet for Chip on 130th. But I'm about to stop in this coffee shop, get some coffee, maybe hit the bathroom. I'm gonna see what kind of food I can pick up because it's time for fuel. Common Good, Harlem. I heard this is the place to be. Let's see what they got in here. Looks like an absolute vibe.
Ella puede tener cámara, tú puedes tener cámara.
How are you? Hi, I'm gonna do that water. Can I get the overnight oats? And then I'll do you have iced coffee or only cold brew?
I have both.
Can I do an iced coffee, just black, please?
Small or large?
Large, please.
Anything else?
That's all. Thank you. Thank you. And where? Oh. Thank you. All right. We're going to sit for like 2 minutes to eat quickly. All right, so this was the coffee shop haul. Overnight oats, water, black coffee. All right. Just 2 minutes sit down, take some food. Little overnight oats, Ash. I should tweet this out. They're peanut butter overnight oats. Oh, no sitting. My fault. We will eat quickly while standing, and then we will get back to it. No sitting. My fault. Quitter? I'm not quitting. I didn't even need the break.
not like I'm dying to sit. Just need to get some food quickly. I'll move in place. I just can't carry all of this at once. And I'll take you guys into the bathroom with me. Actually, I'll just take this on the go, hold the coffee in one hand. So I'll just finish this quickly and then we'll get back on the road after I pee. But I just need to tweet this out quickly. All right, that is done. Honestly, these oats are dumb mid. I'm gonna just yuck them. All right. Let's get back after it. Oh, you want to see something? Check out my back. The sweat from carrying the backpack, not good. Yeah, the oats were not good. But I do have a stop for lunch, which will be like a real fuel up, not just like some overnight oats and coffee. There's a stop on the way that I'm excited about. Famous New York City lunch spot. Little bathroom stash. Let's do it. Thank you. All right. Good little stop there. Where are we off to next is the question. I don't even know. What was the next stop? The next stop was F, Strivers Row. I think this is like Strivers Row. I think is like a famous old like brownstone steps out of the front like houses in Harlem. So gonna go down there and check those out.
not necessarily something I would have gone out of the way for, but it's straight down the path I'm on. And so, yeah, I figured I'd give it a go. Where was Colombia? Oh, yeah. Right, okay, cool. What's the plan when you gotta take a dump? Is there a way to pause a stream? That I may just pause it, but the plan was always to just, whenever I stopped to get coffee or water, I would do it in a restaurant or a coffee shop that I know has a bathroom so that I can use their restroom. So strategic purchases, I would say. The fresh squeeze OJ was not one of those. Fuck. I got guy I was passing by. That guy. He pointed at my shoes. I thought my shoes were untied. I looked down and he's like, got him. Game's the game. I did not put on sunscreen. I know. Big trouble I'm gonna be in. But luckily it's overcast. So hopefully I don't get too burnt. But yeah, I'm gonna be in big trouble if I do get burnt via the girlfriend and via the mother. So 2 people just you don't want to have on your bad side. Can I interview someone I walk by? Yeah, I guess. Is there anyone specifically that you think I should interview? Honestly, I feel like Nick said between 4 and 5 for the bar. So I don't want to go too far out of the way at this point. Because I want to get there in a reasonable amount of time. That guy's all the way back there now.
You don't get $45 worth of fucking beef for me. But they'll be friends every day. They'll be friends today. Yeah. No, they have spare ribs. They have pizza. Every day?
Fizzy, where's the dead rabbit? What street should I be looking forward to that on? What's the dead rabbit, mate? Oh. Save your stomach till I get there? I don't know if I gotta eat eventually. Those overnight oats just very simply did not get the job done. Berm, why don't you just come to the bar and then we can all meet there? I feel like that's a way better plan. You're like the closest to the bar out of most people I'd imagine that are going. But in all honesty, going down to Battery Park Fide-Eye ain't the most ideal. Oh, electrolytes would be fantastic. I messed up though. I used my phone that has everyone's contacts on it and like all the info and my cards and everything I need as the streaming one. And the second phone that literally is only signed into Twitter, I should have flipped it and just used this useless one as the streaming one. That was definitely a botch on my part. How long is this gonna go? 6 hours.
Oh, shit.
How did I come in last if I picked a good team? It was a combination of, I played a lot of high scoring teams throughout the season, so bad schedule matchups. I had a couple ill-timed injuries that left me shorthanded at times, and then some poor lineup management. A lot of times I left a lot of points on the bench that needed to be in my starting lineup. So I drafted a good team, but I did not manage a good team, is what I will say. So that I think was the issue. No cameraman, just me holding this tripod the entire time. And I won't lie, I'm really starting to feel it in my legs. And I'm not even fucking close. Like, not even close. So, I'm slightly worried now. Like, definitely worried. But it's a punishment, so it's never supposed to be all fun and easy. So. Yeah, I need to get some electrolytes. I'll stop and get some electrolytes. What else do we think I need? Our electrolytes will get the job done. So this is Striver's Row. Don't really know what the appeal there is, but there it is, I guess. On to the next. All right, so our next stop is Columbia University. I just want to see what it looks like. You know, Ivy League school. And it's also near a really good place to get lunch. And then that'll be the real fuel to get me. I think that'll be probably the last thing I eat before heading all straight down. Because that'll get me right near Central Park. I'll go straight down through Central Park, out on 50th Street, down the West Side Highway into Battery Park, and that'll be that. Thoughts on the committee and how it'll affect the league? I think it's genius. I told Jack I think it's one of his best ideas he's had ever. And he's obviously had a ton of ideas that have since created a sports media company. I think it is super creative. I think it created, like, Flock League was easily number one. So it's like, instead of just doing the same thing as them, which they're beating us at, how can we be different? And I think this gives us an avenue to be more interesting than the Flock League. And I won't argue it's the best way to do it for, like, non-content leagues, but you could argue that, like, there are times when teams get in just by getting off to a really hot start, their players get injured, things change, and you know that team has absolutely no chance, loses in the first round. To where I think, like, I don't hate the idea of ending up with the 6 best teams in the playoffs and throwing record out. So I think it's genius. I'm really excited. I think it creates a world of content, like a whole nother world of content that you don't have in a regular league. So yeah, I think it's fantastic. So why even play the season? Results and record are obviously going to play a part in it. Like, I would say there's a 50, probably higher. I would say there's a 75% chance that the 6 best teams with the best record get into the playoffs. I'd say there's a 75% chance of that. And I'd say there's a 95% chance that 5 of the top 6 records get in. And then you're looking at a potential of an argument between the 6, 7, and 8 seed. And that's it. But that's amazing. So people were like, why play the season? Da 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 da. You play the season so you get your body of work.
What they having there?
This is Peace Mart.
But there's always context with a body of work. So this allows you to then read the context. Sorry? It's my YouTube channel. What do you want to tell them? Yeah, I got it.
All right, good morning. I am Dr. Lewis, and I'm here to tell you that they have recommended a job to a sergeant as that post community service person. I'm here to tell you now, I will tell you, I'm that kind of brother. Tell him to go fuck himself heavily.
Okay.
Heavily. He don't need the job. He's a Jamaican piece of shit, and he don't know how to talk to nobody. All right?
All right.
I tell you straightforward, get his ass off the fucking job. Put him back in the sanitation department closet. Over and out.
Over and out. Thank you very much.
My man.
Have a good one. Go Knicks. I got no idea. No idea what he was talking about. But anyone who wants the mic can have the mic, you know? I thought he was going to be curious what I was recording for. I was about to explain the whole last place punishment. No, he just... I think someone got elevated from the sanitation, the New York sanitation service, to the community service. And he's a Jamaican piece. I felt a little aggressive, in my opinion. Most of the Jamaicans that I have come across have been great people, but that's the doc, so what the fuck do I know at the end of the day? So, shout out Doc. What's the progress so far? We are at 131st Street. Now, if I put it into Google Maps, from where I started to where I am on a straight shot, that would be 4.7 miles. I've probably walked a half mile to a mile out of the way. So I'm gonna say I've walked maybe 5 to 6 miles. Go Knicks.
Yeah, let's go.
Probably walked 5 to 6 miles. I am not even close to halfway there. Whoever, Jurassic Forest, I'm not. I'm on 130th. No, I'm a third of the way there. Maybe. It's a 16, 17 mile walk. And I've done 5 or 6. So yeah, I'm a third of the way there. Started at, I think, 11. 2 hours. So yeah, it's gonna be around 6 hours. So I've got 4 more hours to go. I'm gonna be to the bar around 5:30. And yes, I'm streaming the whole time. And I can't tell which is more tired, my arms from holding the tripod or my legs. But it is what it is. My tracking total steps, I think my phone is doing that. No? I feel like it has to be, right? That's the whole point of the health app on the Apple Store. So yeah, I think my steps are getting tracked. I had 4,000 or like 3,700, I think, before I even got to, like, getting to where I started was 3,700 steps. So just subtract 3,700 from whatever the final number is. I started at 11, but then we had some technical difficulties because I ended the stream accidentally. So yeah. Bet you end up around 60,000 steps. Sounds good to me, Connor. I'm so curious if that guy had one guess, like who he would have been screaming at, if he would have gotten the Your Idiot Leaguemates Fantasy Football channel. I'm gonna go with no. I just saw a text from my girlfriend that the stream link is not working. So if someone could swing her the updated link. She says she wants to comment something. Does anyone want to tell this person that laying on the horn is not going to make anyone move any faster? That is New York City for you. I mean, the horn hasn't stopped. That's fucking insane. All right, I'm switching to front backpack. It's hurting my back a lot. Did not need this sun to come out. That is for sure.
Well, I'll see you.
Any more questions in the shot? It was making it go by way quicker when you guys were spamming questions, I can't lie. My favorite World Cup moment you missed? Oh, I witnessed. Favorite's tough. I have a few favorites. The back-to-back. I'm just going to say England versus Mexico at the Azteca. Number one, everything. The back-to-back Jude Bellingham goals. Then when they scored, having piss and beer thrown on us. And then Harry Kane scoring the penalty. And then singing Wonderwall after. That whole thing was insane. Now, separate from that, the Malik Tillman free kick goal to tie it up versus Belgium was pretty special for whatever it was, 96 seconds. That was pretty good. I would say Cabo Verde scoring their first ever World Cup goal. Two Cabo Verde moments. Scoring their first ever World Cup goal versus Uruguay, and then scoring that equalizer, Sidney Cabral Lopez versus Argentina, was a pretty special moment. Yeah. My early Super Bowl prediction. I think the Ravens are going to be in it. And I know people are going to call me biased, but I think with the new coaching staff and the amount of talent in this roster, you're going to see a different team. And then the NFC, I feel like it's really hard not to pick the Rams. Like, if Stafford stays healthy, Aaron Donald's 100% coming back. They have Myles Garrett. Feels like with McVay, there's just nobody who could knock them off. Like, the Seahawks are so obviously not going back to back.
Where was he?
So yeah, if you could go to any sports game in history with the best seat in the house, what would I pick? That's such a good question, because I feel like being at the Miracle on Ice would have been sick versus the USSR, but hockey's not my like main sport. And there's not like one football moment. You need help?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. It takes 5 seconds to be a good person. That's it. Anyways. Miracle on Ice feels like one. I think my answer probably would be if I could have been in the Tottenham away section for the second leg, Ajax versus Tottenham for the Lucas Moura hat trick. That, I know that's lame because you should pick something that like happened before you were alive so you can experience, like, I did get that experience to a degree watching on TV, so should I just keep that experience and get one from the olden days? But I don't know what historically would be like a great one to choose. Some beautiful houses right here. Look at this. This is a really nice block. Where am I going? One more. I'll go down this block. Some nice houses. Throw out some good suggestions. I love that question. What would be good moments to go back in history and relive that I'm not thinking about? Because, like, selfish, I always lean like I want it to be my team. But if there's something that transcends that, like just a legendary moment that you could say you were there, I'm in for that as well. What's the most north of Manhattan you've been before today? Around here, we're at like 121st Street. I play in a softball league where one of the fields we use in our leagues is in Harlem. So I've been east, I think it's East Harlem River Park or something. So I've been in and around these parts, but never up to where I went today. Ooh, I'm gonna go into this park. All right, other questions. What's the most north you've been today? What's your NBA team? Wherever LeBron goes, and like kind of the Wizards now that they have Tabansta. My MLB is the Orioles. NHL, I kind of pick a team like a month before the playoffs and follow them. But I don't have an NHL team, but these are just like I'll pick a team to place a future on who I like going into the playoffs. And I also like the Canadians. I love Montreal. I think the history and the barn there is really cool. It was one of my first ever hockey experiences on the channel with Tim. It's a special experience. It's the mecca of hockey. And they've got a really fun young team. So I'd say the Canadians is a team I follow. And 2 years ago, the future I placed was the Stars. Last year was the Wild. So roughly follow the Canadians, and then any other future I place. It's hella hot in NYC right now. It's 85 degrees. Were you sad when McGregor got injured again? Don't care. Courtside 2016 NBA Finals Game 7. Oh, for the block. Yeah, that's actually a really good shout. Yeah, maybe Braun. But again, that's something I got to watch on TV. Is it worth using your trade back moment for something that you did get to see, or is it something that you weren't alive for? Is the question. Malcolm Butler interception? Absolutely not. I didn't say I had the best team in the league. Open your fucking ears, you idiot. I said I had a good team that didn't deserve to be last place. And that's why I didn't finish in last place. I finished last in the toilet bowl. You fucking idiot. I didn't say best team. Jack had the best team all year. It was pretty clear. All right, let's dip into Morningside Park. Go to a NASCAR race. I've been to multiple NASCAR races. We did Daytona. We did Talladega. We did the Indy 500 last year. We've done a good amount of NASCAR races for sure. Current favorite movie? Not a movie guy. If I had to pick my favorite movie, it would probably be Funny enough, two of my favorite movies are The Intern and The Internship. Can this fucking ambulance go away? So The Internship, that's with Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson when they're like 40-year-old interns doing the Google internship. I love that movie. And then The Intern, when Robert Downey Jr. is like an 80-year-old intern or 70 with Anne Hathaway. I love that movie. Last night I did watch the bag work. I did watch the Kevin Hart movie where he accidentally gets invited to like a 25-year-old bachelor party and he goes on it and becomes best friends with them. Stupid fucking movie. Classic Netflix, like easy watch, should have watched it on the plane type of thing. But Kevin Hart always gets it done, no matter how fucking stupid it is. It still grabbed my attention for all hour 45 minutes. I can't lie. Robert De Niro, not Robert Downey Jr. Like I said, not a movie guy. Just not a movie guy. I've officially trapped myself into the park. I was supposed to be turning right by now. Now I need to get out of this park so that I can turn right. But it looks like it is just straight up. So we're gonna have to find some, I found some stairs. Fuck, man. I'm actually in some pain. I will not lie. I've officially hit pain level. My left Achilles hurts. Both of my hip flexors by my glutes are really tightening up. But face looks super skinny and snatched though, so who gives a fuck? Pain is beauty. Beauty is pain. Stop whining. How about you suck my penis? How's that? Once you suck my penis, I'll stop whining. All right? Do we have a deal? Connor Cox? Imagine having Cox as your last name. Fucking idiot. 10K steps falling apart. I am 27 years old. June 20th, 1999 is my birthday. And I will be hitting these steps. What was your favorite World Cup game you went to this year? Mexico, England, in... Where does this go? I'm not sure this is... Whatever. Not sure this is the right decision, but... How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well. What was your favorite World Cup? Oh, England, Mexico. Favorite snapback vid ever? Favorite snapback vid ever is also the England-Mexico game. But I would say easily our best videos is Snapback Saturdays. When we get all four of us all together, just like that's the most purest form of us are the Snapback Saturdays videos. So I'm excited to get back with the boys and hit different college campuses. Ooh, fucking A. All right, we're gonna keep traversing up. I did not bring a change of socks. For right or I didn't like, it wasn't like I was hiking Mount Everest or anything. Like, if I ever needed anything, I'm in New York City. Like, I'll just pop into a store and buy something, you know? Like, I'd rather keep my backpack light and not risk overpacking than if I need extra socks. There's a place to get socks every 3 blocks that I can pop into. So that was my strategy. Wasn't really lack of prep, more just no need to overpack if it's not a necessity. Who's this guy? Not sure who that is, but all right, we made it out on the other side. That's where we wanted to get to, because now we're headed to Columbia University. This is my last detour going side to side. After this, it will be a straight shot down. Well, essentially straight shot down through Central Park, a little out to the West Side Highway instead of going through Times Square, and then straight shot down. So Columbia is the last detour we are making. Are you and Jack going? Ohio State, Texas is here. We are. We're going to, for Snapback Saturdays purposes, we're going to the border war, Kansas, Mizzou. That game's on Friday. And then we're just going to drive down or fly down to Austin just for the game, just to be there, create social content, whatever it may be. But the main, on the Snapback Saturday schedule, the video to expect on the YouTube channel is Kansas, Mizzou. Where are these stairs? That was at Morningside Park. I'm on Amsterdam Ave and 116th. Rank the BDG guys from most favorite to least favorite. Ooh, this is tough. I want to caveat with the fact that I love all the BDG guys. I think it's honestly pretty rare, and we're pretty lucky to gel as well as we do. I don't know if you can actually just walk into Columbia. We're gonna find out. It looks like you can't. It's all locked off. Well, we'll see. Oh, you can't. Wow, that's fascinating. You cannot just walk in. Excuse me. Is this open to the public, or you need?
No, sorry. Students, staff, faculty only.
That's it.
Yeah.
Every day, or just specifically today? Every day. Only. Okay. Thank you. Very interesting. You cannot get into Columbia's campus unless you are faculty, staff, or students. All right, let me tweet this quickly. And we will get back on the road. Okay. All right, we're back. Oh, rank the BDG guys. All right, I'm gonna go Sexy in last, just strictly because I've spent the least amount of time with him. Like the trips that we've done, for example, when we went to Austin, when we went to Super Bowl, he wasn't there. So that's just like, those are the best times that we have, is when we can get out of the office and spend real time with each other. And he wasn't there. So that Sexy and last. Then I would say Gut, I would say, is after Sexy. But with all due respect to Sexy, there's a tier break there. Gut, I love. He just is like less outgoing. Like, he just keeps to himself, which is totally fine. Love Gut, but I like talk to him less than. I would say next is JMO and Nick. I would say is like a 1A, 1B. I'm very close with both of them. Spend a lot of time with them, most in the office. That would be my ranking for the BDG guys. Stop for gel insoles. So funny enough, I went for a run before World Cup tour. Really fucked up my foot. Went to get orthotics. The orthotics were ready the day before I left, so I didn't have a chance to grab them. So I got my orthotics last week, but then I talked to my foot doc. He was like, they're not broken in enough for you to walk, 17 miles in them. So just go with your regular insoles. So that was a little unfortunate. Who would have hated this punishment the most in Yale? I don't really know, honestly. Like, I like exploring new places. So, that's a good question. Yeah, I really don't have the answer. I'm sorry. I don't know who would like it the least. Because, like, New York isn't, like, the city is so big that you find yourself not doing half the things it has to offer. So this forcing me to do something that's pretty cool, I'm pretty happy with. Who wins one-on-one, you or Jack? Jack wins 11-5. Who do you blame most for this season, L? I don't know what that means. Are you going to stop and eat anywhere? Yeah, I'm about to stop at Milano Market, actually. Shout out St. John the Divine. That's quite a structure. St. John the Divine. Casey, will you be applying for Streamer U? I will not. You needed this punishment the most. Someone changed their YouTube handle to Casey Needs the Steps. I mean, could I be skinnier? Without a doubt. But like, oh, I walked past where I'm going. It's not too far though. Oh no, I'm actually like just half a block too far. Are you accepting guests on your trip that bump into you? Did you see Doc? If you've got something to say and you're gonna make content with me, I'm accepting guests. If you just wanna walk and take my attention away from the stream, not welcome. But if you're a value add like my boy Doc, then of course I welcome guests. All right, our final stop is for lunch, where we will be grabbing, it's Milano Market. It's supposed to be pretty famous. I've gotten it once, Uber Eats. I think it was above average, but everyone's like, just try it once in person. So that's what I'm gonna do. And yeah, did I miss any questions? Jonathan, I don't, gut raging on the flag football field is not like a reason why I would dislike him or like him more. Like, I think I'd rather people be competitive to a fault where it potentially brings out an uglier side of someone than not being competitive at all and being like, yeah, like it's just for fun, like who cares? Like, I hate that shit way more than gut potentially raging. Like, at least he cares. So I prefer that 10 times out of 10 to what the alternative could be. Because as you guys saw at the end of the fantasy football game, I was being a prick too. But that's because I wanted to win. So yeah, I'd rather you be overly competitive to where it's like, all right, calm down a little, to like not caring at all. No, it was definitely funny. I agree. Scale of 0 to 100, how much do you care about politics? I like to be generally aware of what is going on, but I think the current state of politics is just gets the ugliest out of every person, that like I prefer to stay out of it. So yeah, that's my answer. I would say like in the 20s to 30s. My answer is honestly, I don't want to see my politicians like in the news. So like Trump, I think he's constantly doing too much. And same with Mamdani, he wants to be an influencer, like on both sides. Democratic, Republic, I just want you to be like normal, do your job, and not be an influencer while you're doing it. Oh. Thank you. Sorry. No, you're fine. No, go for it.
Next. Next. You want next? I have a menu right there if you want to see it. Okay, here. Old fashioned. Okay. Okay. Molina.
¿Cabina, porfa? Ahí está la, disculpa la molestia.
Extra? Take 2 out. Take 2 out. Take 2 out.
That burrata. Parmesan, arugula, tomato, olive oil, balsamic basil, burrata.
Yoda, please step down. Thank you.
Yeah, I could have pound the lamb and half a pound of the salmon. Is that wrong? Yeah, salmon right here. So the salmon half a pound and the lamb half a pound.
Which salmon is this?
Poached, yeah.
Half a pound, you said?
Yeah, half a pound. That's it. Thank you. I will.
Chicken mozzarella, salt, and pepper. Calamari. Grilled chicken, mozzarella, salt, and pepper.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, can I get a buffalo chicken Caesar wrap, please?
We're gonna eat 10.
All right. We've ordered. Sorry for the delay there. Were there any other questions? What is your prediction for Yelm winner and loser before the draft? I'm gonna go winner, me, loser, JMO. Anyone famous in your contacts? Kyle Hamilton, I would say, is the most famous person in my contact list. What is your personal take on the committee? I think the committee is the greatest idea Jack has ever had in his entire life. I think it makes us unique to I'm pretty confident we're the only people doing it, especially in the content space. So I think it's absolutely genius. I think it creates a whole nother facet of content for Yelm. So I think it's genius, honestly. How are you? So yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think it's going to do huge things for the content, like rather than just like getting on, having a waiver wire, and then previews. Like now you have people fighting to the death, preaching their case about their squad, and then you also have a whole nother group of content, which is the committee members discussing, and it also creates so much more like debate and comments because you guys are going to have your opinions, which is going to sway the people as well. If they rank poorly and you guys all tell them in the comments, they can act like that's not going to affect them, but it's going to affect them. So yeah, that's my take. And yeah, I went with buffalo chicken Caesar wrap. This place looks fantastic. And I'm very excited to give this a go. Thoughts on Jared Patterson? Who is Jared Patterson? Don't know who that is, but if you tell me who it is, maybe I can give my thoughts. Yeah, I don't know who Jared Patterson is, I can't lie. Anyone want to tell me who Jared Patterson is?
Very strong grandpa.
Y'all should have a... I know, I'm sorry. It's taking a while. I saw him chopping it up. I'm leaving soon. I'm sorry. I'll be out soon. I saw him. He just unleashed the buffalo into the wrap. It looks like he's wrapping it now. I'll pay and I'll get out of here. Yep, here he comes. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you.
You got it.
All right, we're out. Bag secured. Look how fat this thing is. Hi, how are you? No bag. Thank you. Have a good one. All right. We're out. I'm gonna see if I can find somewhere to set this down and show you. Show you what I got. Good one, Nate. You literally have a kid. Grow up, right? At some point. We're still doing first name, last name dick jokes. Like, at some point, we gotta grow up, I feel like. Today is obviously not that day for you, though. All right, let's see if I can break out this wrap for everybody. Probably only taking down half of this. Commanders are signing Diggs. Interesting. What are our thoughts on that, chat? Seinfeld restaurant behind me? I never watched Seinfeld, so I don't know what that would be, but fire. All right, let's flip this cam. Look at that. Look at that. That looks fantastic. That looks fantastic. I'll get a better pick when I get to where I'm going. One more block and then I turn left. I know. I gotta do Seinfeld. I just I've heard it's amazing, but I just don't feel like I've ever needed it in my life. I don't know. All right, we are at 110th Street, which means we can turn left and enter Central Park. And we will take Central Park down to 50th Street, out to West Side Highway, down to Battery Park. And that is pretty much gonna be that. How much did that sandwich cost? Sandwich and a water, I think, was $18. Do we think that's good or bad deal, chat? Good or bad deal? 18, I think it was 18 something for this wrap and a bottle of water. It's New York City. Milano Market is one of the more famous sandwich places. I don't think that's that crazy. But I know there's people who live in Bumblefuck who will tell me paying $18 for a wrap and a water is ridiculous, but I'm unfortunately desensitized to New York City prices at this point, so it almost feels like a steal. A wrap this size at a famous place for $18. Fucking robbed them at that rate. This is getting you through the workday. I'm glad, Joshua.
I guess it's equally getting me through the workday as well. This is work for the day. And I don't even need to work out after. So, little two birds, one stone. But I am pretty much 99% confident that I'm going to ruin my vacation with my girlfriend due to not being able to walk tomorrow. But that's a problem we'll revisit tomorrow. I'm big, stay in the present, be where your feet are, worry about tomorrow when it needs to be worried about. Fitting that the Spurs fan finished last. Well, it's actually not fitting. You are probably ugly as fuck, if I had to guess. Can't see your face, but just based off of that comment, that is the vibe that I'm getting, is that you are tough to look at. Not really in Harlem anymore, though, I feel like. I don't know the exact cutoff, honestly, but I feel like it's not really giving Harlem anymore. Where do I enter into Central Park is the question. Oh, I got some ways to go. Got some ways to go. No, it's not nice. Didn't intend for it to be nice. It takes 5 seconds. Being nice to you clowns in this chat is not the same as opening the door for the UPS delivery guy. It takes less than 5 seconds to be an asshole to you losers, but you can still be a good person to other people. Did you hear what happened to Herbert? It's really tough when the 3 different BDG accounts are all commenting. I don't know who I'm talking to. Considering you added Mo, I would assume this is not Mo, unless he's at himself. Then that's an interesting strategy. Premier League Big Six predictions. I feel like doing Big Six predictions this early when the window is still open is like pretty much useless. Like, Manchester City could sign Buati. We could sign Savinho and Gakpo. Arsenal could sign Vinicius. United could sign whoever the fuck. Like, it's just pointless to do a Premier League prediction right now when there's going to be over 500 million spent just between the Big Six before the window closes. You know? So, on today's rosters, my top 6 would be Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, I don't know about United. I can't lie. I don't know about United. Newcastle? I mean, it feels like new coach, losing Tonali, Guimaraes, Isak last year, Gordon, like, I don't know. It feels like an impossible hill to climb. And I know they've brought some guys in and they're going to continue to, but you've lost your entire core of players. I don't know how they expect to compete at the top of the Premier League. So, yeah, I don't know. How am I back at Morningside Park? Someone make that make sense. I was just at Morningside Park. How do I get into fucking Central Park?
Villa top 6? I mean, I don't see why not. Like, Rodgers is obviously a huge departure, but I think Monzambi is obviously a fantastic signing. The problem is they have a lot of football to play. So that's tough, you know? It's always tough when you add more football to season. That's why if we sign a couple attackers, I'm bullish on us. The only thing we have to play in is the Premier League and obviously the Cups. But yeah, Villa's squad is solid, but it's a lot of football to play. Head south on Frederick. I don't even know what the fuck that means, mate. Besides Ream and Freeze, do you think any starters on USMNT will lose their spot by the next Gold Cup? By the way, it's far from a lock that Freeze is going to lose his spot. Ream probably will be done, but you can't say that for absolute certain. You probably can for Ream, certainly not Freeze. Do I think anyone else will lose their spot? Hopefully Miles Robinson. Hopefully he loses his spot. But that's probably it. If I had to guess. Someone else will just at the bottom of the roster, like, fall out of favor, not be in good form. Someone else will be called in. But, like, that you can hang your hat on absolutely today feels tough. I've been carrying this sandwich for so long. What was it like being in NYC after the Knicks one? I don't know, because I was on the World Cup tour and I was not here. I mean, funny enough, I actually was in New York City when they won, but I was asleep when they won, and I was asleep when they won, and then I was out the next morning, so I have no idea. That's a question for someone else. We can't scout that Japanese Black American goalkeeper. He already plays for Japan. We lost out on that. All right, I'm a quick second. Figure out this, sitting for 2 seconds just to figure out this wrap situation. I want to get a quick picture of it for Twitter and just take one half out to eat. Quick pic, quick tweet, and then we're back up. All right. Let's take one half out. And then let's wrap the rest of this. Put this in the backpack. That's probably gonna leak everywhere in my backpack, but that's life. All right. First bite action. That's pretty solid. All right, we made it into Central Park. Wow. Buff Chick Caesar might be the difference. This is fantastic. Oh, not Suzuki. Honestly, don't know who you just named. So you're more up to, you're more in the know than I am. I don't know who that is. This is fantastic. Holy shit. What a hit. What a hit. I've been walking for 3 hours. Legs feel not good, but not horrible. You're gonna see the tip to tip if you come to the bar. That's when the tips start tipping. How much longer do I have? 3 hours. Week 1 for college football. Week 1, we're going to Clemson LSU at LSU. Kiffin's first game. And was there a lack of football in the trivia tournament? I wasn't aware that was a concern of people's. All right, apologies for that eating portion. Make a trip for the Euros or Copa. Yeah, so I'm going to do exactly what I did for the World Cup at the Euros. So I'll be going to a game every day of the Euros. That'll be a lot easier because it's just, I think, Wales, Ireland, maybe Scotland and England. So that'll be a ton of fun doing that for the Euros. And are you going to Austin for week 2? Yes. So it's not
Snapback Saturday scheduled game. Austin week 2. That'll be Kansas, Mizzou. But luckily that game is on a Friday. So then Saturday morning, we're just gonna head down to Austin for that game. Just more for fun, social content, that stuff, not YouTube. Apparently something big is happening in the Slack right now. So I'm gonna check in, see what's going on. Yes, that's, I think, week 3, right? Kiffin's return to Oxford. Yeah. That is week 3. And we will be at that as well. So we're going big game heavy to start with those. But then after that, we'll get into some niche ones. We're going to do our Maction. We're going to head to Northwestern for their opening of their stadium versus Penn State. We're going to go to, where else are we going? We're probably going to do some FCS. If we're on a jersey patch, we'll probably visit that school that we're on the patch for at some point. So yeah. That is the plan. We'll do some big, some niche, as always, for Snapback Saturdays. This walk is going to end up being 6 hours. 6 hours will be the walk in totality, I believe, if we're still on pace to get back when it was projected to be. miles in total is somewhere between 16 and 18. If you take a straight shot down, it's 15 something, but I've been going on some stops along the way to see different things. So, yeah. Guess what you're snacking on? Uncrustables. That's my guess. Dry roasted edamame. With zero due respect, how would I ever guess dry roasted edamame? Can you find me a route that is the quickest? Motherfucker. Find me a route that's the quickest way from the top of Central Park to the bottom of Central Park. Because every time I put it in Google Maps, it takes me... Google's stupid. I want to go through Central Park, but I want to make sure that would you guys ever let a fan in the league auditions? Maybe. I think there's probably definitely a chance that we'd let an audience member into the league. I mean, we're already having an audience member in Big Cat be on the committee. So, I mean, that's step number one. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a chance we'll have an audience member at some point. Oh, we're at 97th Street. I didn't even know we passed the 100 threshold. That's exciting. That's exciting. Take you to the Natty. Subscribe to the Snapback Sports YouTube channel. And then at some point a form will go out where you put in your entry to win the national championship giveaway. We'll be doing that for the third year in a row, bringing a fan to the national championship. And we've been lucky enough, honestly, to have 2 straight really good people come to us. You know, when you do a giveaway to a random subset of people, I mean, they're obviously Snapback fans, but still, we've been super lucky to have 2 awesome guys. I became villain of the league. Yeah, I think there's a pretty high chance of that happening again for sure. It's not on purpose by any means. Just a lot of people don't like me. I mean, do I put on a character for the league? Maybe a little bit. But I think everyone in the league will tell you, especially the guys in the office, that I'm pretty similar in the league to who I am as a person. So people, I don't purposely become a villain. I think people just don't like me. Yeah, I mean, BDG people are closed-minded to new people. Not necessarily using vert as an example, but yeah, I would say they're closed. I mean, there's nothing wrong with liking what you like, you know? So I don't necessarily oppose them being anti-new people, but yeah, they've built an awesome die-hard fan base, and the diehards definitely like who they like, which again is perfectly fine. Icy vert is poggers. I haven't heard someone say poggers in a minute. That's fire. Yeah, Swift, this is the whole punishment. I think when we started thinking about it, I mean, J-Mo touched on it on one of the vlogs, but he was like, I feel like this is going to be shit content. And you guys can tell me, I mean, it's kind of just like a long Q&A. I've tried to stop at different cool places in New York along the way, but there's only so much you can do with the fact that I'm on a bit of a time limit having to get to the bar to meet up with everyone. But yeah, this is the whole punishment. So how long will it take? I left. It took me an hour to get to the top of Manhattan, but I wasn't recording yet. So just on camera, it'll be like a 6-hour walk, in total somewhere between 17 and 18 miles. It'd be better if I had someone with you. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but you can't really have someone with you when you're doing a punishment, you know? Kind of defeats the purpose. Got sweat in my eyes like crazy. Yeah, no, it's definitely a full day. I woke up at 8, left my apartment at 8:30, and started and left the office at 10. And then started the punishment at 11, and I'll be done at 5. So yeah, totally a full day. I haven't gotten to watch The Odyssey yet. I definitely want to. Yeah, I mean, Fizzy, it would have been not like, realistically, I'm definitely not blaming the other people in the group. And maybe this should have been my job, or we should have just had a meet about it. But having the guys meet me to be in the content for some of it definitely would have been a good idea. Jack's not even coming into New York for it. So, like everything in life, you get in as much as you put in. You get out as much as you put in. And it seems like in totality between the league, and I'm like, again, not blaming anybody or saying like, this is horrendous, we should have done better, but like, if we wanted it to be more fun, there were ways we could have done that. So, but again, this is all new. We're taking it in stride. We're trying to put more of an emphasis on it. While it's tough when the fact of the matter is, it is both of our second things. In the fall, BDG has their trivia and fantasy stuff that is super strong during football season. We have Snapback Saturdays, which is super strong during football season. And we try to put as much effort into number 2, which is yield, as we can. But, you know, Jack had a child. Nick's fucking just becoming an engineer now. Like, he's busy as can be. I was at the World Cup. Like, we're just busy, which is good. Busy's good. Busy's good. that's one of the huge advantages of Flock, is like, I wouldn't say that's their only thing, but it's a lot of their main thing during the football season. If it's, or it's like, not perpendicular, but I'm missing the word, I'm starting to lose it, but it's parallel, thank you. It's parallel to, it's parallel to what they're doing. We're able to put more effort into it. That was a long yap session. Bro's a master complainer. I'm actually not complaining at all. I haven't made one complaint. I was just answering a question. I wasn't complaining. I feel like Flock is definitely not minor leagues. I feel like Flock is the major leagues. Unless I don't know about a bigger content fantasy football league, but that feels like... yeah, I definitely voted no on a boxing match. I do not think that would be fun for me. The BDG guys love working out and fighting for some reason, which all power to them, but like, that's not us. So why would I vote for a boxing match when these fucking meatheads spend half their day like knocking off, having a bunch of pent up anger, and all they want to do is fight, you know? So yeah, I'm out on the boxing match for sure. I'm also not complaining about the punishment. Like, I'm enjoying, like, I still have a long way to go and my legs are hurting, but like, I'm enjoying this to a degree. So there's no complaints coming from me. We want the best content. I'm with you. I feel like there's a middle ground between this walk and boxing each other. I also don't think there should be two punishments. Two people getting punished. I think it should be one winner, one loser. I just think in totality, having two people lose is stupid. If we want it to be physical, it's like if you lose, you go to amateur, you have to sign out for like an amateur boxing match. Like, that would be, for me, a better version of just us fighting. Obviously, that's JMO chiming in. I'm at 80th Street, Fizzy. So you tell me when, if I've passed it. 2 to 3 years, Dagestan. I'm not hating on people who like fighting and do jiu-jitsu in their free time or box in their free time. I'm just saying that's not me. So why would I vote for that punishment if it's not something I want to do or like to do? Now, again, it's a punishment, so it's supposed to suck. So if I lose, that's just the reality. But the fact of the matter is, when you're voting for the punishment, you're obviously voting for something that if it came down to it, you wouldn't be entirely adverse to. Me boxing JMO or Gut, I'd be pretty adverse to. Yeah, so much yapping. There hasn't been another question, though. How am I with spicy food? Awful. That would have fucked me up for sure. Football drills with pads. Once again, who are we doing football drills with? Like, I'm doing the Oklahoma drill versus Gut. That is actually better content. Someone called me the villain literally like 10 comments above Ryder. So, which again is totally fine. Yeah, so those are... Did we agree on a... JMO, did we agree on a punishment for this year? They had big... they had the big league meeting while I was at the World Cup, so I don't have a lot of the info about it. Oh, right. See, that's good. That's like good, proven content. Because it's also super easy to clip a hole-in-one challenge for social. Like, you get close, you get injured, whatever it may be. Like, that one's super easy to produce, to do. You also, you lock in getting an unreal moment because you get the hole-in-one. So, yeah, that one's fun. The only problem is that's what we're doing next year. That's what we're doing for this year. That's our punishment this year. The problem is, and not a problem, but what makes it truly a punishment is you see most of the people doing a hole-in-one stream, like when Barstool did it and when Bob Does Sports did it, those people golfed. I don't think anyone in the league is a good golfer. Unless, I don't know. I mean, I know Jack sucks. I know Vert sucks. I'm pretty confident JMO Gut and Nick and Sexy like never play golf. So like that could go on forever. Which again, that makes it a good punishment. So fucking A, my feet are really starting to hurt. Ow. The rest of the league tries to tackle me. Like individually or all at once. I don't think it would be very long if 11 of them tried to tackle me at once. Like, real ones remember animal camping in the woods. Yeah, camping in the woods is a good one. By the way, I don't think anyone disagrees with you guys in the comments that this ended up not being a good punishment idea. But we also came to a real... I think JMO said this in the vlog. We also need to do the punishment the week or two. It's a little tough because No, but you could do it during the NFL playoff. We need to do the punishment closer to the season. Like, I feel like people felt way more passionately about how much they hated me towards the end of the Yilm season than they do now, and would have been more likely to watch me suffer. So that's also a piece of it. Have you seen the new Spider-Man movie? No. And I don't plan on watching it. Not a big movie guy, one. Not a big superhero movie guy, for sure. The only movie I want to see right now is The Odyssey. That's on my list. One at a time, of course. So one at a time, the league tries to tackle me. The thing you're missing is, like, we have Jack. Jack's athletic, but he's made of brittle. So he's not going to want to do that as someone who didn't lose. Gut and JMO are probably the only ones who want to do that. I'm not even confident Ron and Nick would want to throw on pads and try and tackle me. Not that I'm saying I'm fucking Derrick Henry, but just like, at what point does it become more of a punishment for them than... Yes, I saw digs to the Commanders. I think a lot of people are sleeping on the Commanders. Like pre Diggs. I'm not saying Diggs changes the landscape for them too much, but like, I don't know. The 1 year Jaden was healthy, he went to the NFC Championship. Why are we just writing them off? Which Ravens rookies are you most excited for? Like, I don't. You can only be so excited for an offensive guard, but Ione, like replacing our worst player out of the 22 players who started with someone who's supposed to be a day one starting beast and someone who is going to protect Lamar. I'm very excited about, but like he's not flashy. And then if you've seen the training camp clips, Jacoby Lane is apparently tearing it apart. And you have Devontae Walker, who's super unproven. You have Bateman, who this is you almost can't put any trust in him, but this is truly the last year where you can try and expect anything out of the best version of Bate. Like, we just paid Zay. If Jacoby Lane can step up and be that number 2 or 3 receiver, like that's pretty big for us, honestly. So I would say Ione at guard, helping protect Lamar. Because you see, any season we've had a top half O-line, not even like a top 5 O-line, not like a Hurts thing, but when we've had a top half O-line, that's when Lamar has his MVP years. It's the couple years where we've had a trash O-line that, like, our O-line doesn't get the heat that, like, Burrow's O-line does because he makes something out of nothing so many times, where if he wasn't Lamar, he would be getting sacked as much as Burrow, and they'd be blaming the O-line, not Lamar. So there's kind of just a misconception there that, you know, when you have a player like Lamar, it just makes your O-line look 10 times better. I mean, you think to that Steelers game, the touchdown to Zay that gave us the lead, we eventually lost the game. Lamar juked out 2 free rushers and then threw a 50-yard touchdown to Zay. Like, 99% of quarterbacks are sacked and the game's over. So Zay robbed y'all. Number 1, Zay is one of the more underrated receivers in the NFL. 2, the body of work he has put together, if we wanted to keep him, you were going to have to pay top dollar. His numbers speak for themselves. Multi-time Pro Bowler, multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons. He doesn't find the end zone as much because you have Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and Mark Andrews. But in terms of, like, getting the ball downfield, he's our guy. And it also, it was an extension of that, but most times, I believe, I'm like 80% sure this is correct, we kept his 5th year when most extensions, it doesn't keep the 5th year. It wipes it and you just move on to the extension. So I actually think it's, instead of 4 for whatever it was 4 years, 35 a year. I actually think it ends up being 5 for 28 and a half or 28.75 a year because you keep his 5th year on his rookie deal, which if you lump that into the extension, it doesn't end up being that bad of a deal. Also, the salary cap is fake. So, like, getting upset about that is just nonsense. Do I think I'll approach the season with more humility after coming in last place? If it's possible, I'm coming into this season with actually less humility than I had last year. Like, at this point, why would I have humility? Like, all this league has shown
is that people who claim to be fantasy experts don't know shit. I think Nick and maybe Ron have slightly an upper hand, but fantasy is just luck for the most part. So, like, why would I be humble? I have a bunch of fake fantasy people. They're not fake fantasy people. It's just all fantasy people are fake. They don't have an innate advantage. So, like, no. This is the least prepared I've felt for a fantasy draft, being at the World Cup and doing soccer all summer. And I feel even more confident just knowing how big of clowns the rest of the league is. How are the legs feeling? I'm just trying to continue yapping and talking, as I'm sure you guys have noticed over the past hour, because it is distracting me, because I'm putting my brain power towards completing full sentences, because the moment I stop talking, I will start to feel my legs and my feet, which are in a ton of pain currently. Hydrate. That's a great call. Thank you. Someone useful in the comments. I have had a singular bottle of water all day. Hydration time. Just poured it all over myself. Great call on the hydrate. I should probably get some electrolytes in me as well. So when I get out of Columbus Circle, that's on 50th Street. I'm gonna grab some electrolytes for the final haul down the West Side Highway down to Battery Park. Best content we'll be having as little humility as possible. Yeah, I hate to say it. I guess that's what makes me a content guy. I don't do it because it's good content. Everything I say is how I feel. So I'm glad that it makes good content, but that's how I talk in my group chat with my home league, which there's no content going on. So yeah, I'm glad that it makes good content, but that's just how I feel. I was not lying. I felt like I had no chance of coming in last. My team was better than everyone else's. And I still do to this day, despite being on this walk. If I didn't go to OSU, where would you have gone? Daniel, can I get in anywhere? Because Ohio State was my number one option that I got into. So, like, I was still happy about it, but, like, is this if I could get in anywhere, or where with my ACT and GPA where I could have gotten into? Anywhere? If I could go anywhere, I probably would have gone to Wisco. Now, like, there's nowhere that we've gone except for Wisconsin that, like, blew me away. That blew me away on Snapback Saturdays, where I was like, I would love to go to this place. Like, a lot of places have had good, like, I've had great experiences at, but not like, damn, I wish I would have gone to school here. So my answer would be Wisconsin. I think it's a similar vibe to Midwest, Big Ten, good academics. They don't have as good of sports, but, like, historically you could say good sports. So yeah, I would say Wisco is where, and my roommate here in New York City went to Wisco. I visited him in college once. That was a good time. So yeah, T. Higgins is better than Zay Flowers. Yeah. It's really tough to say. I'm not saying you're wrong, but, like, T, factually, is getting the second coverage due to Chase, whereas Zay is constantly getting bracketed because there's actually no one else on the field who really threatens people.
So, and I hate doing hypotheticals. Like, I'm like, people are like, well, if Brock Purdy was in X or Hertz was in X. And it's like, well, you can't just do that because you have to take them off the product they've put down. But to be a hypocrite for a second, if you switch T. Higgins and Zay Flowers situation, does T produce the same amount as Zay? Not definitively saying yes or no. I don't know if you are giving that opinion to where like that's how you feel, but you could see it going both ways, or you're saying that's a non-negotiable, no argument. I would just say there's an argument to be had Zay over T. Do I like New York? I love New York. It's near my friends. I wish it was closer to some of my family, but easily my favorite part is not having to drive anywhere, not having to have a car. That's the best part. I have a city bike membership. I bike everywhere. I take the subway. I walk. So yeah, that's how I think New York's great. Does it drain my bank account? Yeah, but that's just, and you know, like eventually you get desensitized. 4 years down, like I know how much money I can spend because I know how much rent is. I know how much dinner is. Like I know how much an Uber to and from the airport is. Like it's just the reality. Come back to Mexico for a Liga MX game in Guadalajara. Yeah, I need to get to Guadalajara and Monterrey because I didn't go there during the World Cup. So I definitely want to come back at some point and do that for sure. Filming. Not a soccer guy, but you should come to Barcelona, Real Madrid. Yeah, I'd love to do El Clasico. If I'm being totally honest, there's a ton of soccer experiences I'm looking to do before I do El Clasico. I don't know if that's a hot take, but there's just like pretty much all the big South American rivalries. You look at the big Brazilian rivalries, you look at the big Argentinian rivalries. I'm looking to do those before El Clasico. Then you look at the Turkish derbies, like a Galatasaray experience. I'd rather do like 6 probably different English experiences before I get to El Clasico, get to the San Siro. Like, yeah, it's honestly not that high up my list. So it looks like based off of what I'm seeing in the Slack notifications, we have secured a jersey patch deal. I cannot reveal who that is, but that's extremely exciting. Big things coming for Snapback Sports this fall. Water down. Ooh. West Virginia, you're calling it? I'm pretty confident it's not West Virginia, honestly. I've been loosely involved in most of the conversations when it comes to the patch. Not sure West Virginia has come up a singular time. Need the BDG boys into doing Six Nations rugby. Yeah, so there's also, on top of a Clasico, there's so many different European sports experiences in general, let alone soccer, that I'm looking to do before El Clasico. God damn, my knees are... I'm gonna hit a quick stretch for a second. Ooh.
Oof. Fuck me. That is painful. Dream all-time dinner guests. So, 3 living or dead. I'd like to get dinner with my grandfather, who passed away. That would be one. I'd like to see him again. I'd like to get dinner with LeBron. Like, the more you see about his personality, he just seems like a super goofy guy. And then I've said this a few times and people look at me kind of crazy. He'd definitely fuck up the vibe of dinner. And I'm not sure my grandfather and LeBron is necessarily either. But I'd love to just pick Hitler's brain. Like someone who has that much hate in their heart. I'd love to just like understand where that comes from. Now, as a Jew myself, is that the smartest decision for me? Maybe with protection of Braun. But, yeah, I think it would just be fascinating to talk to Hitler. As weird as that sounds. And I know he wrote books, so you do get a sense of his thought process. But, like, not that... I know he's pretty stuck in his ways, and not that I'm looking to debate him, but I would just like to ask some follow-up questions. He's like, I hate the Jews and the blacks. Okay, well, like, just walk me through why. And then when his answer is inevitably pretty ridiculous, then just, like, diving down that rabbit hole I think would be pretty interesting. I know, now, that trio, in terms of vibes, all over the place. All over the place. But yeah, that would probably be my 3. My grandfather, Hitler, and LeBron. Good question. Or maybe George Washington. Like, I'd love to know just like what was going down back in the day. Like, history to me feels really ambiguous in terms of like, is one person wrote something down and you just got to believe them, you know? So, anyways. All right, we've made it to the bottom of Central Park. That was easy enough. On a scale of 1 to 10, how upset are you that Apollo's closed at Ohio State? You know, that is such a weirdly timed question because Apollo's was fantastic, but the owner of Apollo's did have a swastika tattooed onto his finger. So, like, am I pissed that he's out of business? Not necessarily. And should we have supported him as much as we did throughout college? Probably not, but like he was cooking gas food. But yeah, he definitely had a swastika tattooed on his finger. So that's pretty funny that came right after the Hitler question. All right, we've made it to Columbus Circle. That's 50th Street. We're gonna head to the West Side Highway and go straight down. Caleb Johnson. I drafted him not only above Jalen Warren, but over a ton of like very serviceable. How are you? Can I get a water and a Gatorade?
Sure, sir. Water and Gatorade in here, sir.
Yes, sir. How much?
4. 4 each.
4 each?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy, no?
Inflation.
Inflation, I hear you. All right, ring me up.
You cash card.
Card.
And then game plus tax. If you have cash, there's no tax.
Oh, now tax too.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You want a bag?
No, I'm gonna throw it. Can I just give this to you for trash?
Of course.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Still too, brother.
All right. See, it's like $18. Wrap and a water. That's an absolute steal. Then you get a Gatorade and a water for $9, and it's like we're fucking back, just like that. Needed to get some electrolytes in. All right, where were we? Favorite fantasy football pick you've ever made? I gotta be honest, I got no fucking clue. Like, having JSN last year was a ton of fun, but like I got last place, so like how cool is that? Maybe Darnell Mooney in year 1. Yeah, sorry, I don't have He actually did laugh in case he needs the steps. I was just breaking balls, all right? It's not that deep. All right. It was nice being in Central Park where it wasn't loud and a bunch of people. So we just got to go over to the West Side Highway to get some time and space again, and then we're straight shot down. I'm in pain. All right, I would take blue Powerade, superior to blue Gatorade. It was only Powerade at all the World Cup games. So whenever I was sweating and walking like this and wanted some electrolytes, I'd take down a Powerade and a water. This is the first time I've had Gatorade since the World Cup. Powerade is far superior. Do you think you could take an ostrich in a fight? Absolutely not. Aren't ostriches like known to be fucking fierce as fuck? Yeah, I could not take an ostrich. Holy shit. All right, my legs are falling apart. I can't lie. Go to Cincy versus Tech. Like, why? If you give me, list me 3 reasons why that would be a good game to go to. Especially now that Sorsby's not
playing, I'll consider it. What did you study in college? I was logistics management inside of the business school at Ohio State. At the time, it was the third best logistics program in the country. If you want to give that a quick search, feel free to give that a quick search. I'm curious if we're still in the top 5 of logistics programs in the country. But yeah, so I went undeclared to the business school, and you can take the general bit. You have to take like intro to every specialization and major inside of the business school. So you actually have 2 years to pick what you then want to be your major inside of the business school, which is pretty cool. So the first 2 years I was just taking, accounting, finance, econ, all the base level classes. And then COVID hit, and there were all this supply chain logistics issues. And I was like, all right, no better time to go into logistics. So that's why I chose that. It ended up not interesting me at all. Like the specialization classes were like warehouse management, time to delivery, something, like some bullshit that just was like not interesting. But luckily, post-COVID, school became kind of a joke, especially that first year out of COVID. So my junior year, like all these old business school teachers who have been there for 15, 30 years, they didn't know how to operate a class online. So like that shit was so easy. Yeah. I've got to toughen up. I said my legs hurt. You're sitting there with a changed username. You're sitting behind a screen, watching me walk and talk to a camera. Change your username to I need steps. And you're telling me I need to toughen up. How about you get a fucking life? That would be one of the more productive things you could do today, is start developing a life that isn't sitting behind your keyboard and commenting on this live stream. Gatorade is too sweet. I agree. I did not like it. What are your odds of coming in last? Pretty low. I'd say less than 5%. Like, I'm a fucking intellect. I know ball more than most. Like, minus 10 fans. Yeah, I mean, if I lose people watching this stream because they go get a life, that feels like a net positive. But I know there's some people who are just like double screening it at work because it's the summer. And there's like people who have lives who are also watching this. So shout out you guys who are doing that. The people who have no life and are watching, I'd actually prefer you to click off and just go get a life. That would be best case. So you don't want people to watch BGE. Well, this is actually Yilm, which is a BDG X snapback production. But nonetheless, I do want people to watch BDG. Those are my friends. High tides raise all ships. The better they do, the better we do. The better we do, the better they do. And it's actually been super fun. Both of us growing parallel to one another. Like, I feel like both of us, from when we moved into the office, have made leaps and bounds. Both companies, which is awesome. You're at work, actually. There's a better chance that I get hit by a car while on the sidewalk than you being at work right now. The amount I believe that you're at work right now
is the amount I believe that the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl this season. So, yeah, that's my take on you being at work. Ohio State is currently ranked 5. Yeah, sorry, that was a Jets stray. Apologies. Did the AP poll just come out or something? No. In totality, I know there's people at work right now listening, which is a huge dub. I'm saying this one person, Casey Needs the Steps user, I know for a fact is not at work and has no life. So, but W to all of you who are double screening this right now. That's big love. That's big preach. I actually wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys. Like, I'm being so serious. If I stop talking for a half second, I start to feel how much pain I'm in. So I don't think I've stopped talking for potentially 2 hours straight since we left Milano Market. So shout out you guys. Now the question is, how do I get to a walkway by the West Side Highway? All right, I found the entrance to the West Side Highway. Ooh. All right, boys and girls, quick stretch session. I'm in pain. No, I know you're not the one who's been talking shit, Sutter. You're fine. Ow. By the way, I'm not anti-talking shit. Feel free. I'm just always gonna give it back. Yes, that guy, not you. Did you watch the new Spider-Man movie? Negative. Third time I've gotten this question, and not saying that as like a bad thing, just, it's crazy. Like, this is potentially the most asked question I've gotten thus far. No, I haven't watched Spider-Man. I do not watch a ton of movies at all, especially not superhero movies. And I have no interest in seeing Spider-Man. But J-Mo is seeing it on Friday, and I know he's very excited. I remind you of Spider-Man. I'd have to imagine that's a good thing. So thank you. Yeah, the only movie on my list I'm looking to see is Odyssey. I want to see the Odyssey. And for the people who are like, oh, 3 hours, too long for me. Like, I am as rotted as it gets, but I am looking forward to not being on my... If you literally can't stand not having 3 hours, that's actually a problem. Like, that is officially a problem. And again, I'm not judging people who are chronically online. Can I make this light? I think I can. I'm not judging people who are chronically online because that's me as well. But I equally am totally comfortable turning my phone off for 3 hours and locking into the Odyssey. Like, when my girlfriend and I go away this weekend, I'm leaving my phone in the room during the day. So I can just like enjoy and be offline. What's my favorite movie of all time? The Intern or The Internship. The one with Robert De Niro, right? I said Robert Downey the last time. He's Iron Man, I think. The one with Robert De Niro and Anne Hathaway
and then the one with Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn at the Google intern program. Would you argue having to wear a Steelers jersey during a busy Baltimore event would be a worse punishment? Not really. If I'm going to be honest, like, not that Baltimore people are, like, soft, but, like, I've been to probably 20 Steelers-Ravens games at M&T Bank. Like, there's just people, there's Steelers fans there. We're close in proximity. Like, it's not that big of a deal. When are you guys drafting in your Idiot League mates? I believe the 25th. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm whipped, brother, because I don't want to be on my phone when I'm on vacation. That's a take of someone who is single as fuck. Did Jack stop doing the podcast with Marlon Humphrey? Yes. We didn't do it last year, and we're not doing it this year. How much money for you to walk back to the top and start over? Jesus Christ. Walk back to the top? So that would be, I have like an hour or two left. So that would be 4 hours back up, then so another 10 hours of walking. Fuck. Probably, I'd probably do it for 10 grand, maybe 9. I think 8 grand is probably my cutoff of what I'd do it for. Top 3 companies you'd want to beef with? I don't even know what the fuck that means, if I'm being honest. I don't know what top 3 companies you want to beef with means. Is it hot today? It's actually pretty mild. It's overcast. Looking up now for the first time, kind of looks like it's about to... I gotta make this light. Fuck. Ow. Ow. No, don't turn green. Don't turn green. Oh, we made it. Ow, fuck. Do I watch the Flock League? No, I don't. Not like the biggest fantasy football guy in the world, so I'm certainly not going to watch a bunch of people I don't care about play fantasy football. And that's not shade to people who do watch them. That's just like me personally, not my thing. Would it be worth being compared to LeBron if only thing you have in common is your bunions? When I say I have no fucking clue what that means, I have no fucking clue what that means. Why did the podcast stop? It wasn't just wasn't a great fit. That's about all I'll say about it. Just not a great fit. Way better places to use the money to grow our company than paying him to do a podcast. Just rejoined. How's it going? Honestly, it's definitely the most pain I've been in throughout the process, but like not a pain level to where I'll be like not being able to finish it. So just painful. Starting to limp a little. We are at 56th Street, I believe. I believe we're at 56th Street. Your landmark. You can look up the Hustler Club. I'm on 52nd and 12th, if that means anything to you. Those are my cross streets. So let's see what my projected ETA is now. No way it can be that painful. Like, I totally see where you're coming from, but if I'm being honest, I'm just not gonna hear it unless you've done it and then you tell me that it's not painful. So, walk 17 miles, 18 miles without sitting down, without essentially stopping. Tell me it wasn't painful at all, and I'll be like, you're totally right, I'm a huge pussy. What is in the backpack? In the backpack, we have another portable charger. Shout out motherfucking Ridge Wallet. They do portable chargers also. This portable charger has been plugged in my phone has been above 90% the entire stream, and it still has 22% left. So it has been keeping my phone above 90% for 5 hours and is still not dead. Anyways, I have another charger in my backpack. I have a hat. I have chafing cream in case I started chafing, and my wallet and my AirPods. I think that's it. I wanted to stay as light as possible in the backpack. You're gonna walk by the Intrepid soon. Don't know what that is. Give me some details on that, Nate. Thoughts on tight end premium? I think Jared Hall's a loser, and I don't want tight end premium. Are you gonna do CFB fantasy? No. Football, there is not a ton of time. Just period. So I have my school fantasy league in the NFL. I have idiot Leaguemates. We're traveling for Snapback Saturdays every single week. I'm going to be making soccer content throughout the entire year. I have to not get broken up with and give my girlfriend enough time. Maybe try and keep my friendships as well, call my family. So CFB just not in the cards.
Yeah, honestly, I got so blessed with the weather. If it was like 90 and sunny, and in the city that like is a horrible 90 and sunny, could have gotten ugly for your boy quickly. I am gonna have to take a quick break though. I'm officially struggling to walk. So I'm just gonna stand for like half a second and just try and hit a quick reset button. Because fucking A. Everyone asked if I have a steps tracker. Oh, here's the Intrepid. Speaking of Nate. Little stretch. Little stretch. Little stretch. Everyone's like, do you have a fitness band? I'm confused. I thought the phone... Ooh. I thought the phone tracks your steps for you. Yeesh. Does it not? Am I wrong? Oof. I'm under the impression that I'm just going to be able to look at my health app on my phone and it's going to have my steps. That would suck if it didn't. But that's how I tracked my steps during tighten my laces. Okay. I don't know what that does, but I'll give it a go. Take off the backpack for a second. Let's check on the sweat stain. Just looks like my whole back at this point. All right, we're gonna give the laces a little tighten. Tighten up the laces. Never fully correct. Yeah, that's okay. I was gonna use my running app. Like I use the Nike Run Club app for when I go for runs, but I was worried about it draining my battery. I didn't know that Ridge Wallet would have me so locked in. Wee! Oh, the back. The back. The back. Eesh. Little calf stretch. Little calf stretch. Ooh. Alrighty. We go again. Vámonos. All right. Diggs to DC, I think it's a good piece. He showed I feel like he showed a different version of himself. Like a mature leadership version of himself in New England that I think like off the field could be great for the Commanders, and also like he was a pretty dependable target for May, so I think it's a great piece. Ayuk punching air. I feel like Ayuk is permanently punching air. Like that guy's fucking cooked. Cue the people commenting, bros just misunderstood. Oh, I forgot that buffalo wrap is definitely leaking out of my... I'm just gonna throw the second half out. I'm leaving for vacation. I don't need to save it. I'm gonna take that out of my bag real quick. Not too bad on the leakage front. All right. We've made it to the portion of New York that this is actually where I run on the West Side Highway up to, I think it's Pier 84. This is the 3-mile mark from my apartment. So this is where I go, turn around, run back to my apartment. So yeah, Pier 83. So I'm pretty familiar what this rest of this walk is going to be because this is my exact running path. So we're kind of on, what's the word I'm looking for? Cruise control, except for the pain I'm in. But the views are nice. Now the rest of the walk will be essentially on the water, which will be nice. It'll be cooler on the water. So as long as it doesn't rain, it looks super gray. Let's get a weather check. What mile mark am I on? I can work backwards. Anyone know what bar I'm walking to? What the name of the bar is? Anyways, I'll just check generally to where I'm going. And I'll tell you how far I am. So I'm 4 miles away from where I'm going, which means I've walked around 13 miles so far. I'm going to Dead Rabbit. All right, I'm 4.5 miles from the Dead Rabbit. It was gonna be like a 16, 17 mile walk. So we are, yeah, we're 12 or 13 miles in. Thoughts on the Spurs window thus far? They teased us. They teased us like crazy. We got off to an insane start during the World Cup. Van Hecke, Senesi, Dubravka, Robertson, Tonali, Fernandez. Like, and you're like, wow, we're doing good business. And then, since then, I think it's been over a month since we've signed anyone. It's just like, and then we're back to old Tottenham ways, which kind of sucks because like we've still had a solid window, but like attackers were probably our worst piece. And I feel like we've just not abandoned it. It's just we're into the like the Savinho deal is going to come down to the last second. Gakpo we're probably not going to sign, and it's just like, do we have to do this bullshit? Like you did the Tonali and Fernandez deal quickly, swiftly, paid money for them, got it done. They had all of preseason with us. That's so valuable. And now we're just fucking around again, so that kind of sucks. But overall, it's still a solid window, but we need an attacker or two without a doubt. Or else it's a failure. Despite how solid it started, it's still a failure. Any bets for the Hoff game tomorrow? No, betting on the Hoff game is probably when you need to call the number. We just don't need to be betting on the Hoff game. I do not want Nicholas Jackson at all. Country I would most like to visit. Probably Japan or South Korea. I'm lucky enough I'm pretty well traveled, partially due to work. So I've been a good amount of places. I've never been to Asia. So South Korea and Japan are definitely on my list. Am I going to propose at the end of the walk? My girlfriend is not even coming to the bar. So unless I'm proposing to Mo, I think the answer to that is a big fat no. That was low-key a bar.
You know Michael Jackson? Are you reading bubbles?
Constantly answering these questions is making it tougher. No. I'm not really out of shape. So talking and walking is not super difficult. It was only when I was going up the steps early when that was not good. Answering the questions has actually made it 10 times easier. If I hadn't had a distraction throughout this whole thing, I would have been miserable. Chatting with you losers has been the best part of this entire thing. Thank you, Nikki Sticks. I appreciate it. Answering questions has definitely made it easier, not harder. That's for sure. The only part that has been hard is the no sitting down. Because despite stopping and stretching, it's still my legs are begging me for a break and I just can't really give it to them. So the no sitting down has definitely been the hardest part. How are we going to turn from heel to hero? YouTube comments too hard on Mo. If people start to love me, great. If they don't, great. You need villains in content. That's just a fact. There's no movie, there's no show. Hold up, there's a blade taking off. You're not gonna be able to hear me.
Yeah, you need villains. So whoever that ends up being, like, is crucial. And the best part is no one has to fake it, which is huge because you don't want it to be inauthentic. But just by us being ourselves, you've created villains, whether that's me, whether that's Nate, whether that's Jack, Tony, J-Mo, whoever it is. There's a flavor of someone to hate for everybody, so that's good. I don't drink Celsius, so I don't know. Favorite coffee shop in New York? I don't really have one, which kind of sucks. Because I do have favorite coffee shops in a lot of other places, funny enough. Like down at the beach I go to, I have a favorite coffee shop. In Nebraska, I fell in love with one of these coffee shops that I went to. So here, Birch Coffee is pretty good. They also have a chocolate chip scone, which is fucking insane. Best hot take for this coming NFL season? It's a good question. Best hot take. I think the Giants are going to suck. People love Dart. They love Scatterboo. They think now that they have Harbaugh, he's going to create a winning culture. I think they're going to suck. So that's my hot take, is that Giants suck. Unc, Ron, and Mo were the only ones I loved. I feel like people hated J-Mo. I think generally, Jesus Christ, Blade. People dead ass fly out of helicopters? Fucking A. Yeah, definitely. If you look at the comment section last year, I don't think J-Mo was beloved by everyone by any means. So, I don't know where you got that from. Oh, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. I have an hour and a half left. Hour and a half.
I'm going to be there at 5. Pretty much on the dot, 5 o'clock. Oh, fuck. Do I think I'd be enjoying my day more if I didn't come in last place? I think that's potentially one of the dumbest questions I've ever gotten. Yes, I would be enjoying my day more. I would have had a relatively light workload, and I have like 3 or 4 things on my checklist that I wanted to complete before going to San Diego. And now I will be doing that Thursday in San Diego, which is fine. I have a 6-hour flight in the morning. I can just knock all that stuff out on the flight. What made me a Ravens fan? Born and raised my entire life in Baltimore. My mom's business that she ran was a beer distributor and sold beer to M&T Bank Stadium. So, and Camden Yards and all the bars downtown and just in general, all the liquor stores. So the success of her business was very tied to the success of the Baltimore sports teams, actually. The better we did, the more playoffs, the deeper we went, the more beer was bought. Not that that's why I'm a Ravens fan. Like, just being Baltimore, that was my team, and I'm a huge NFL fan. But nice little wrinkle to our growing up. It was the results of our teams having a direct effect on my mom's company. Was pretty interesting. I don't understand what this company beef with means. You're saying, like, do I want to, like, get in a fight with, like, Sony? Or, like, Nestle? Like, I don't understand what that fucking question means. Zoe said no work in San Diego. True. But she will be asleep on the flight. And in the air doesn't count. So, oh, and my computer's broken. Forgot about that. Got home yesterday and my computer was broken. So I need to get my screen replaced. I want to get in a fight with Nestle. Yeah, I just don't understand that question, honestly. Bad day to be 8th in points for. That's super fair. Super fair. But 8th in points for is far from last place. Still got 4 people lower than you. Just calling a spade and top 6 pretty much the entire season. The problem with the committee is if I'm 8th in points for, depending on my record, there's a chance I don't get in. Points for is not very good. My fucking legs hurt so bad. Do I think the Ravens do better or worse without Harbaugh? Harbaugh is not a winning coach. There is a very, very large misconception around him being a winning coach. Number one, he does not call any plays. He comes from being a special teams coordinator. So he does not have any direct effect on the play calls specifically in the game. Now, there's a lot of impact you can make elsewhere by being a coach that isn't by calling plays. But he's also known as a player's coach. He's old and nobody relates to him anymore. There's no Like Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, you saw his introductory press conference. Nobody relates to him. So if he's a player's coach and the players don't like him, and he doesn't call plays, and he hired awful coordinators, we're going to be way better because you have Jesse Minter, who's a defensive genius, play calling. Then you have Declan Doyle, who everyone calls literally a prodigy as our offensive coordinator. We're going to be 10 times better without Harbaugh. And the Giants are going to be worse than they were last year, which is tough for them because I know some people have some high expectations for them. But yeah, the Ravens will be significantly better without Harbaugh. And I won't say the Giants will be significantly worse, but they will definitely be worse with Harbaugh as their coach. Start, bench, cut, ChatGPT, Grok, and Gemini. I mean, not including Claude, you just don't know ball. It goes Claude, GPT, then Gemini or Grok. You can get rid of both of them. But yeah, Claude and GPT are my go-tos. I think I just felt rain. Yo, I've seen you comment Purdue is the jersey sponsor 12 times. I know who the jersey sponsor is. So you continuously to comment that is useless. And it is raining. What is it like being an uncle? Not much. Child's super cute. Hasn't really changed my life at all. Haven't been asked to babysit. I don't live near her. So, yeah. It's just raining for sure. It's definitely raining. Grubbing on some food after this is gonna hit like crack. Is it crazy that I'm not that hungry? Like, I had half the overnight oats, I had half the chicken Caesar wrap, and like, I don't know, I'm just not that hungry. Hashtag shrinking my stomach. Hashtag snatched jaw. Hashtag skinny. But no, in all seriousness, I'm not hungry. I am just hurting a ton. Light rain forecasted for the next hour. So, just to cap it off, we will be finishing this entire stream in the rain. That is just fantastic.
Did we kick people out for Icy Vert / Carson and Logan? I guess technically you could say yes, but I think the structure of the league is nobody's spot is like you're on a 1-year deal every single year. Now, is there still a 99% likelihood that we're going to be in the league next year for some of us? For sure, but yeah, I guess people were kicked out. I mean, however you want to put it, there's new people coming in that weren't here last year. We're continuously trying to improve the league for you guys. So that's what I will say, is we're constantly trying to make it better for you guys. Quick stretch. Ow. Who got replaced? JL is not in the league, and Adam is not in the league. Carson and Logan will be sharing a team, and Icy Vert will be taking over a team. Ow. We're also trying to expand the reach of the league. Like, Flock has broken out of like just Flock fans and fans of people in the league. You know, like, we're trying to break out of just BDG and Snapback fans. So by bringing in Carson and Logan, you bring in an entire new audience, which obviously there was already overlap through the trivia tournament and things of that nature, but that helps. And then Icy Vert, while he is a Snapback member, has a huge Twitter audience, and one place we could push really hard is on Twitter now. Through Jack has a big following, Nick has a big following, Vert has a big following, the Nerd Sesh guys have a big following on Twitter. So like, now you open up an entire nother kind of like Twitter we didn't really make much noise on, and now you've added hundreds of thousands of followers onto Twitter, and then all of a sudden your reach grows a ton. So that's good. Thoughts on Fauci? No thoughts. I'm not even sure. I saw he pled the fifth 1,000 times, but I don't know what it was about. I assume something about COVID, but again, I think there's a lot of people who give opinions on things that they don't know enough about to give opinions on. So I try and stay in my lane when it comes to giving opinions, at least to things that I believe to know enough about. These days, everyone's got to have an opinion on everything. You actually don't. You could just move on with your day and let the people who are educated about things talk about them. You walking home from the bar. Good one, Nate. You do any work today? All I've seen you do is comment on this fucking stream, right, Nate? You getting catcalled? Negative. Are you guys still doing devices? That's a great question. I think yes. Again, I missed the big off-season meeting that we change rules, vote on things. But I think we made the decision last year that we're keeping the divisions for good. It's going to create rivalries and like it's a net positive thing. Again, just continue to create things that are unique to other fantasy leagues.
How much longer do I have? An hour. I have an hour left. I think like 2 or 3 miles left. Have I thought about Ozempic? I have not. Do you think it's worth a thought? You know, like, if we think that's the play, I'm open to all suggestions. Is Tim in the league? Tim is not in the league. Tim struggles to begin with to do the work that he is already assigned. So adding more to his plate wouldn't have been the smartest idea. Nor do we think he would have, like, taken the league. Like, we love being in the league. We don't want anyone in the league who sees it as a chore. Now, not necessarily Tim would feel that way, but Vert, I know, is very excited about being in the league, and that's what we want. And he also comes into the office for trivia. Tim doesn't, so he's able to make in-person content, which is just a huge win. When are you drafting? We're drafting the 25th. I believe it's a Tuesday. Thoughts on tight end premium? Don't like it. Didn't vote for it. I hope they don't do the dumb thing, golf. Why don't you like the golf punishment? I think it's pretty cool. You know, I've never walked into Little Island. I'm gonna do it. You guys ever heard of this? Little Island? I think that's what it's called. I'm gonna give it a peek. Just a quick peek. Not that I need to be making any more detours on this route, but I've ran by this 1,000 times and I've never stopped in, so figured I'd give it a go. Yeah, Little Island. No, the content would certainly get stale for a portion of it, but you actually don't need it to be interesting for the whole punishment. Like, the start is going to be interesting, when they get close could be interesting, and then, like, when their body starts breaking down, you actually, like, I totally agree, it's going to take a long time because we all suck, but you actually don't need it to be like an engaging piece of content for 24/7. It's not meant to be consumed in totality. You're meant to just, like, screen experience, have it on for an hour or two, turn it off, have it on for an hour or two. And if you see the moment, great. If not, it's going to be clipped on social media and you can watch it then.
I know, but you also want to.
My ETA is, I think I'm an hour out. I'll be at the bar around 5. Almost 5 on the dot. What was the route you had to take? There was no route. I just had to go to the top and get to the bottom via my feet. So I kind of made it my own route because I wanted to stop by and see a couple things. Honestly, after doing it, I mean, I looked at I did a pretty good amount of research of where all the best places to stop were. Like, I was expecting to be like, you should definitely do this if you live in New York City at least once, or if you visit. I don't think you need to. Nothing was that, I mean, granted, the first 4 places I went to were all closed. So let me retract that statement, because I actually couldn't do the first 4 things that I set out to do. So I'm going to retract, and I'm going to retract that statement. Yes, of Manhattan. I'm walking from the top of Manhattan to the bottom of Manhattan, which direct is somewhere between 15 and a half to 16 miles. My route is going to come in closer to like 17 or 18. Did you guys change any of the league rules? I do not believe so, outside of having a committee vote on who makes the playoffs, rather than just having it be on record. So I don't believe we changed any rules. I actually feel like the league's in a good spot. We just need more content output. And the best tweak we could have made was going to the committee. So I feel like the league's in a great spot. Is Nick actually an uncle? I don't believe so. Nick actually doesn't talk a ton about his, what is this? Hudson Plate Cafe. How are you? The Better Butter smoothie. Am I able to put like a double shot of espresso in there? Yeah, but just put a shot of espresso into the smoothie. Can we do that? Yeah, it can't hurt, right? Just the 16 ounce is fine. And then yeah, just one of the espressos and just throw it in the smoothie. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Stopped. Got a smoothie. Last piece of fuel to get me through. Threw in an espresso shot into a smoothie. Guy looked at me like I was crazy, but I feel like that's a veteran play almost. Anyways, is Nick actually an uncle? I believe no. He doesn't talk much about his family. I think he has a sister, if I'm not incorrect. I don't believe he has a niece or a nephew. What's the punishment for next season? The punishment is hole-in-one stream. So we're getting a simulator and going until someone hits a hole-in-one. How much did the smoothie cost me? The smoothie was like $15 with the espresso shot in it. So in total, it's going to be like a $100 day. Because I got the Gatorade, the water, I got breakfast, lunch, and now this. Gonna come close to 100. How am I holding up? Generally fine. My feet and my legs are definitely starting to hurt a ton, but like not like overwhelming to where this last hour is gonna be miserable. It's just gonna like hurt a little, and then I'll be there. If I'm being honest, it's gonna hurt more tomorrow, and I have to sit on a flight for and I have to sit on a flight for 6 hours tomorrow.
que la insulación.
cortaba.
Thank you, Jordan. Nice little soccer field on the water. Pretty nice. Did I tip for my drink? I did not. This actually isn't a, there was actually no board for them to flip it, funny enough, which is very unlike New York City. After you tap, you usually always get a tip option. No here. Where am I right now? I'm on the West Side Highway at 11th Ave and can't see what block I'm on. And 12th Street. Awesome. Thank you very much. Smoothie secured. Tastes extremely interesting. Not even sure what it tastes like, but not bad. Not bad at all. All right, made it to the portion of the West Side Highway that you literally are right on the water. So this is my path for the rest of the time, which is very exciting. It is raining though. The total distance is going to end up being around 17 miles, I believe. "17 miles. Thank you. I hope the recovery process isn't too much. Just imagining that I'm going to be pretty sore, and that'll be that. The founder of BDG is Nick. Just Nick. Who are you in on next year? I assume you're referencing fantasy. Oh, I wish I was on my other phone. What would be fun is to do a mock draft for the last hour. I'm gonna see if I can download the Sleeper app on the second phone and do a mock draft really quick to finish this up. Who's picking you up after you finish the walk? I'm nobody. The walk ends at the bar, and then we just go home after. This is New York City. There's no picking up. You get to where you're going and then you go home. Why didn't I go to the Canadians video? Vert loves hockey. He was super valuable on the NHL tour, and he earned the right to be at that game through his hard work. So he got the nod to be there with Tim, which was great. How much do you need to... This is a very complicated question. It depends what you describe as living. Is living feeding yourself and housing yourself? And then depending on where you choose to live, like probably 50, 60 grand if you want to be able to go out, live in a nice area, go on a vacation once a year, like be able to have money other than just supplying your rent and food. Then you need to make somewhere between 80 and 100 grand. And then anything after that, if you are smart with money and don't spend like an asshole, like you've got enough. Now, one interesting thing that I'm certainly desensitized to, but that I learned is not a thing nationwide, is flex rooms. So I have two roommates. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment. And this is very common in New York City. You can put up a temporary wall that splits your living room or your kitchen, whatever it is, in half. And it makes a third room. So that's very, very common in New York City, that a lot of people turn a 2-bedroom into a 2-bedroom flex. Then you can split that rent 3 ways. And yes, I know how ridiculous that sounds, but this is not going to be on Strava. I don't have Strava. Looking back, I definitely should have... I use Nike Run Club. I definitely should have started it. That was a botch on my part for sure. But no, it is not. Yeah, I've lived in New York City for 4 years, and 2 years in one apartment and 2 years in my next apartment, and both of them have been 2-bedroom flexes. So yeah, it's Murray Hill or not, it's very common. But yes, Murray Hill is the area that a lot of cheaper, it's barely even cheaper at this point, where a lot of people fresh out of college choose to live. And because that's become such a thing, it almost isn't cheaper anymore because you have this insane demand of new graduates going there.
Is this easier with chat? 10 times easier. If I wasn't doing question and answer, I would have had no shot. But this has been very distracting. And making it down to the water now for the last portion has been nice. I'm gonna use the bathroom for the last time here. This is a public bathroom, so I'm gonna turn off the cam. All right, last bathroom break, home free. Let's check in what the literal ETA is. We are a 50-minute walk, 5:10 ETA to the bar. Made our final stop. We're home free. This is also the perfect time on the West Side Highway, 4 o'clock, because it's the people who don't work, so either students or just people who live here, or influencers have flexible schedule, or just here on daddy's money. They come in like the afternoon if they don't do the morning, because they don't want to get caught in the post-work busyness, and 4 o'clock is before the post-work busyness starts. So you have this nice window from like 3:30 to 4:30 where no one's out here yet. So it's pretty nice, super quiet. I think the fact that it's like drizzling is definitely part of it as well. But yeah, it's nice that it's super quiet, because when you run on the West Side Highway at 5:36 p.m., it's packed. It's packed. Any other questions? I could really use some questions for the last 50 minutes. I can't lie. We're at 311 minutes. How many miles have I gone? So my step counter is on the phone that I'm streaming with, so I actually can't check. I know that was pretty stupid in hindsight. But I'll give you a steps update when I get there. Mile update is whatever we have left minus 17. So let's check that. 2 miles left. So we've walked 15 miles. So whatever that generally equates to, 2 steps. He wants to tell BDG to unblock me. Do you remember me? I do not remember you. If you tell me why you were blocked in full honesty, I can deem whether or not it deserves a send to them. Do you nerd out about anything besides sports? Not really. I love soccer. I love Tottenham. I love the Ravens. I love the NFL. That's pretty much it. In school, I did find history interesting. I won't lie and say like I'm super tapped in, but originally I had like a year and a half where I nerded out about like YouTube and just like the game of YouTube, what Mr. Beast, Casey Neistat, what Colin and Samir had to say. And that was really good information to learn, and there were valuable things you can strip from them, but they also really only had, Colin and Samir talk more generally, so they're good. But if you listen to what Mr. Beast says, a lot of it is valuable, but like at the same time, he is like addicted to it, committed to it to a different level that anyone else will. And the way he wants to create his videos are not to create die-hard fans, actually. It's to create virality and get as many eyeballs. And that's actually not what we're looking to try and do. Like at Snappic and BDG, our power is the fact that we have people who really care about us. Like if Mr. Beast just posted a video of him like just talking about his day, his views would drop off at an exponential rate that if BDG or Snapback did that, the rate would not equate to one another. Because for whatever reason, you guys just care about pretty much anything we do at this point. Now, is the viewership higher when we give you something engaging? Of course. But there's just people who care about us. So I nerded out about YouTube for a little bit. If you could be any animal but have your human brain, what would you be? Oh, that's a really good question. I think I'd eagle. Or like some sort of bird. Because I could, if I have my human brain, my interests, my wants would still be the same, but I could go anywhere. You know what I mean? And it's not like any animal is getting accepted into society. So I could pretty much have a bird's eye view of anything I want. So I could go from the Champions League final to the Super Bowl to this, that, and the other.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like that's the smartest answer. If my interests stay the same, like if you're a gorilla, you can't roam freely and climb to the top of stadiums. If you're an eagle, you actually can go wherever you want and do essentially whatever you want. Birds get like a pass. The more I'm talking about it, the more that's just like by far the correct answer. Any type of bird. Birds are the only animals that have no rules. Like if you're a bird and you fly over a stadium, you're allowed to do that. If you are a whale and you try and go into a stadium, you can't do that. Wow, I cooked. I was blocked for saying you help out that BDG videos performance and are better for their videos than Gut. I doubt that's what you were blocked for. Everyone knows I'm better for the BDG videos than Gut. I didn't watch the Spider-Man videos. You ever watch anime? No, my favorite video game is FIFA. Would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? One horse-sized duck. Thank you for the very fair analysis. If you were in New Delhi, you could walk tip to tip. You could take bathroom breaks without going inside. That's some rot. Do you think Flowers got overpaid? I don't. I think his body of work showed what he deserved to get paid, and like the cap's just going up. So where his number is compared to other people, like when Jetta's and Chase and everyone just gets repaid, it's going to be way over his number. It's just the cycle of the salary cap. And everyone is comping. The real reason everyone thinks it's an overpay is because everyone's comping it to the Olave deal. Olave can't stay on the field. Olave's great. But if you look at Olave's production versus Zay's, like, it's a non-competition. The Saints are paying for Olave's potential upside and raw talent. We're actually just paying for product on the field, which is way easier to swallow. Because if Olave gets another concussion, he could be out of football. Anyways, you should write a book, I know. An eagle would be praised at a sporting event. That's another good point. Yeah. What is your favorite Gauntlet game to play to see played by others? Honestly, it's been so long since I played Gauntlet, I would need a refresher on the games to be able to really answer that question. I loved Trivia Cart. I know they got rid of it, but that was my favorite. I think it was really cool, honestly. Like, having to think about racing and then also have, like, the importance of answering the questions is equally as paramount as driving correctly. So, I liked that. LOL, I can't see who's sending those messages, so I know who it is who's blocked. Definitely correct for the human brain question. An albatross is always the answer. They can fly the furthest. Yeah, sure, albatross. My favorite fantasy football platform? Honestly, I don't really care. Sleeper's fine. Like, my home league is on ESPN. Oh, no, we switched to Sleeper. Yeah, I guess Sleeper. I'll go Sleeper. I like how they do the weekly recaps. I know other platforms do that now, but yeah, Sleeper's good. Oh, fuck. That's what I took my phone out. Was to do the mock draft on Sleeper. I'm going to give you guys a taste into what my draft is going to be this year. Let's see if this... I have pretty good service, so I think this will be able to download. Oh, yeah, it's humming. All right, we're going to do a mock draft for the last 37 minutes. That actually downloaded in like 12 seconds. You can be a Raven. People will consider you magical. Yeah. I feel like objectively, that is bird, some sort of bird is the correct answer. All right, real quick, just got to log into my Sleeper. What change would help Baltimore most in order to win another title? 1 sec. 8168. What do we need? I think cornerback help. I think Marlon is far past his best football. I think Wiggins is solid, but other than that, and I would say middle linebacker and corner.
Let's go snapback.
What's up, brother? What's your name?
Chris.
Chris, you want to say hi to the people?
Name's Chris.
Chris, doing my fantasy football punishment. I had to walk from the top of Manhattan to the bottom.
Got it. Okay, I will not be doing that much.
How far are you running?
Just like 5 or 6 today.
Very nice. Enjoy.
Cool. Pleasure meeting you, though.
Good to meet you as well. All right. Opinion on the 2 newest league mates of the Flock League. Love both. Think Nerd Sesh is a great addition. 2 personalities for the price of 1. And I think Vert's going to be great. I think his best personality comes out, like, essentially when he has time to digest, think about what he's going to say, but also not think about what he's going to say. More just not in a pressurized environment. Like, if he records a confessional, it's not good. He could just restart, and I think we're going to get the best out of him. And his Twitter presence is huge. And I like getting another snapback member into the league to show that the BDG guys don't know shit about fantasy. If they would actually break when you got the correct answer in trivia. Yeah, whatever.
Do you like the NBA? I'm like kind of fair on the NBA, I have to be honest. There's like NFL is 1A, like Premier League and Champions League is 1B. Tier break, like NHL and college football and college basketball. Tier break, hockey. Tier break, baseball and NBA, if I'm gonna be honest. How many hours of sleep is ideal? Like, I don't know. I just did the entire World Cup tour off 3 to 5. So, like, at this point, I'm like, team sleep's overrated. Despite everyone tells you, all the health professionals tell you sleep's important, which it definitely is. But, like, people say I need 8 hours. You do not need 8 hours. Is it good for you? Probably, but you don't need, like, 8 hours. People are like, oh, I got to get to bed or tomorrow's going to suck. Like, if you stay up one night to do something fun, like, it's not going to ruin your next day. That is simply just a mentality. That's you waking up thinking that you're more tired than you are because you did something late the night previously. Like, I went to bed at 1 a.m. last night for no reason, just watching Netflix. And, like, I woke up off of 6 hours of sleep the same way I would have off of 8 hours of sleep. What's your first drink going to be? I'm not drinking. Favorite World Cup game you watch? Mexico versus England. What's with the hate for Vert just because he baits on Twitter? Vert, like, people just take him too seriously. Like, he's actually like he's stupid. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a stupid individual. But, like, he has a good heart. He means well. He's a super normal person. Like, if you hang out with him, he's just like a normal guy, good values, good heart. But he fucks around on Twitter. I mean, it's kind of similar to, like, me on these, like, I fuck around on idiot Leaguemates. Like, people just take everything so seriously, and so they think he, like, baits. Like, he's just fucking around. So I actually think the Vert hate will diminish due to this league. Because I don't think he's going to, like, go OD and become the villain. So I think he's just going to be himself. He's going to be entertaining, and I think a lot of people are actually going to like him because, like, nobody actually knows who he is. Granted, because he was a faceless Twitter account, so that's fair. Are you guys going to introduce the new members? What's your first? I'm not drinking. Super Bowl prediction is Rams-Ravens. Are you guys going to introduce the new members? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, a whole video introducing them, or like it's Vert and Nerd Sesh? Those are the new members. Is my audio off? Is my audio off? Nothing changed fundamentally. How hard is it to be the GOAT? I mean, some things come natural, some things don't. That's just life. All right, I got Sleeper downloaded. I'm gonna do a mock draft for the last 30 minutes. Random team. Like a whole video announcing them? No, I don't think so. I think you'll get introduced to them, like, during the draft. The draft isn't going to be live streamed, so it's going to be like a really nice produced video. So, like, they'll introduce themselves and answer preliminary questions, like different things. So you'll get to know them there. All right, I'm starting the mock draft. I got the 106. So my options are Puka, JSN, or Jaden Daniels, or McCaffrey, Burrow, Lamar, John Taylor, James Cook, Caleb Williams. What do we think, chat? Puka, JSN, Jaden Daniels, Christian McCaffrey, Joe Burrow. I'm gonna take Jaden Daniels. I think people are sleeping on the commies. This is 12-team Superflex. I'm doing a mock draft of the idiot Leaguemates year. So right now I got Jaden Daniels. It's coming back to me. My options are Jettas, Genty, Achan, McBride. I think I want to take McBride. I think he's worth the use. Do we think McBride at the 10 at the 2.7 is crazy, chat? I don't love Genty. I don't love Jettas. Actually, I'm gonna take Achan. I think Achan is like a can't miss type of pick. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but like maybe you have some red zone work being taken from him because of Malik. So maybe I get that, but all right. AJ Brown, Trevor Lawrence, Nico Collins, Bo Nix, Chase Brown, George Pickens. I'm taking Pickens. I think this Dallas offense is going to be the best offense in the NFL. As many Dallas players as I can get, I'm taking. Like if I would, looking at where they are placed, it is possible to leave the draft with Pickens, CD, and Dak, and I would be more than happy to leave with all three of them. All right, one sec. Who we got next? Josh Jacobs, Bucky Irving, Rashi, Derrick Henry, Tet McMillan, Breece Hall. Ooh. That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting one. Jacobs, Bucky, Rice, Henry, Tet, Breece. Is it crazy? I think Breece is going to cook. I'm taking Breece. I think Breece is going to have a huge... So... All right, next pick. We have Kyron, Etienne, Devontae Adams, Ladd, Loveland, Zay. I'm taking Zay. What? This is a biased pick, but Zay Flowers is going to be a fucking beast in fantasy this year. Give me Zay. All right, our team right now is Jaden Daniels, Devon Achan, Breece Hall, George Pickens, and Zay Flowers. Rate this team. What do we think, chat? Through how many rounds? 6 rounds. 5 rounds. Through 5 rounds, rate that squad. What do we think? Dubs or no? W's in the shot or no?
Yeah. I mean, I would recommend.
All right, we're up. We're on the clock again. Baker, Terry, RJ Harvey, DJ Moore, Cam Scatterbo, Cam Ward. I don't know enough about the additions Tennessee made, but part of me wants to take Cam Ward or Carnell. I think I'm going to take Cam. Chat, do we think Cam Ward is going to have a good year? Again, this is my first mock draft I've made. Like, I don't even know all the additions and subtractions these teams had in the offseason. So, yeah, I mean, people think I'm trolling. So clearly they're not in love with my mock draft. But once again, none of you know anything. So that could that could be a good thing. All right, next we got Mike Evans, Shuck, Darnold, Christian Watson, Demont. I know this would totally be me getting caught by one clip, but Demont looks sharp. Give me Demont. Demont controlling that backfield could be special. Give me Demont. All right, quick squat. Oof. Oh, I don't have a tight end yet. I did forget to take a tight end. All right, DK, Michael Wilson, Makai Lemon, Kincaid, Laporta, Parker, Washington. I think I'm going to overdraft Parker Washington this year in fantasy. That guy's a fucking dog. Give me P-Dub. Give me P-Dub. Give me fucking P-Dub. Burrow will win a title before Lamar wins another playoff game. Hey, buddy, Burrow's got to make it to the playoffs in order to get to the Super Bowl, okay? He should focus on getting there first. All right, what do we got next? BTJ still on the board. Laporta, Marvin, Harrison. Like, at what point do we have to buy the Marv dip? At what point? For me, it's right now. I'm buying the Marv dip. Like, this guy is a beast. Also, a sleeper? Why are we not drafting Mark Andrews? Why is he that far down, Mark Andrews? Someone explain it to me. He lost the competition in Isaiah Likely to the Giants. He's still the number one red zone target for Lamar. It's not like we spent big draft capital on a tight end. Why do we not like Mark Andrews? Someone tell me. I'm taking him. Someone please tell me why we don't like Mark Andrews. Because I'm afraid that ADP doesn't make any sense to me. Chat. Why do we not like Mark Andrews? I'm going to go back-to-back tight end. Give me Kenyon Sadiq. Sadiq and Mandrews. He's 30. I feel like tight end is the one position that we don't like have to concern ourselves overly with age, no? What's the deal with Jadarian Price? I just took him. Someone give me the lowdown on Jadarian Price. Please? 30 is most tight ends primes. I don't necessarily know if that's the truth, but like, it certainly isn't wide. It's not running back. He's not falling off a cliff. Are you fucking with me? He should go 3 rounds higher? Is that about Jadarian Price or Andrews? All right, what else do we need? We've got 3 picks left. Feel good about our squad. Probably need another wide receiver, and I'd take a 3rd quarterback. I'll take Malik Willis. Fuck it. Take a flyer on Malik. 35% of the carries. Talk to me about the Seattle backfield. Someone break that down for me. I know Sharp's still there. Am I missing? Did they get someone else? Don't roast me. I wasn't locked in. I'll get locked back in. Yes, I know Sharp's injured, so I'm confused. If Sharp's injured and they didn't want him to be the number 1, it's just him and Sharps? Bro, someone's got to explain the Jadarian Price thing to me. I feel like that's a steal. Give me a break on Emmanuel Wilson. That doesn't count. All right, squad is finished. Let me run you through it and give me your thoughts. We got Jaden Daniels, Devon Achane, Breece Hall, George Pickens, Zay Flowers, Parker Washington, Mark Andrews, David Montgomery, Cam Ward. On the bench, you got Marvin Harrison, Kenyon Sadiq, Jadarian Price, Malik Willis, Braylon Allen, and Jalen McMillan. I'm posting it to Twitter if you want the full scope of what my draft was. There's got to be a way to share my team, right? maybe not. In a keeper league, would you keep Olave at the 7-4 or Emeka at the 8-9? Honestly, it's such a toss-up for me that, like, who does, I would probably go Emeka, just, like, numbers-wise. I think, like, Baker and Shuck, I could probably see having some seasons. But yeah, I don't know. It's actually tough. It's actually very tough. I think I have to turn here. I do.
Now I have a meeting with her tomorrow. I messaged her and I was just to have like a 15-20 minute call tomorrow. And she was like, I'm free now. Like, what is the call about? And I said that, and she was like,
All right, we are under a mile. 0.8. 0.8 to the bar. We are close. All right, you've got 15 minutes. Get your last questions in. Anything you want to ask. I believe this is the 9/11 memorial, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, last questions, last 15 minutes. What has this journey taught you about yourself? Honestly, not much. I would say the World Cup tour taught me more about myself, that I was able to use that confidence in like what I'm able to do, enjoying being alone, and just apply that to this. Yeah, I would say I learned more about myself after the World Cup more than this walk. This walk was just more a product of the work I put in during the World Cup. What pick do you want in Yelm? I always loved the 12. I love a back-to-back. I can't lie. Absolutely love a back-to-back. Where am I going? Still straight. Yeah, I love a back-to-back. And I drafted... I feel like I've drafted well out of the 12 before. So yeah, I'd choose the 12. What's the longest you've gone without taking a shower? Probably 2 or 3 days, I'd have to imagine. Do you think this was a good fantasy punishment? No, I don't think. I mean, it was fine. We're a content league. and it just didn't make for the best content other than getting to hang out with you guys. So, not the best punishment, but we always continue to iterate and try and do better. Who do you have winning the Champions League? Bayern Munich. I think almost zero turnover on their squad. Upamecano has really come into himself, and they were really intentional about their signings, getting Nathaniel Brown at left back or right back, and also Saibari as a great attacking option with a full healthy season of Musiala, with Olise and Diaz. Leonard Carl's going to come back from injury. I like Bayern a lot. Any desire to join BDG for the international game this season? Negative. I have enough travel in my life that, it would be fun, obviously, but we just have too much of our own shit going on that it doesn't really work. During Yulm playoffs, you said there was no way you would lose the league. Was that a bit? I was actually surprised. That was not a bit at all. I really thought there was no chance. I thought my team was miles better than the teams that I would have to face in the toilet bowl. Do you like Nacho Libre? I don't know what that is. I would say with 85% certainty that the meetup is not a vlog. Maybe there's portions of the meetup that could go on the vlog, but I'm pretty confident that it's not. Ow, I'm in so much pain. All right, last half mile. What pick do you blame getting last place on? Caleb Johnson, Steelers backup running back. Took him before Jalen Warren, who would have been a great piece to have. And also where he was getting drafted was around a ton of serviceable starters. Not just a good bench piece to have, someone who could have started in my team for the full year. So definitely Caleb Johnson from the Steelers. And I blame that on Nick. I don't think there's any coincidence that year one I don't use the draft guide. I finish in first place, have the 1 seed. And then year two I use the BDG draft guide and I come in last place. So I see direct correlation, and I will be back to not using the draft guide. Super Bowl prediction is Rams-Ravens. Who do I think comes in last this season? J-Mo. J-Mo is actually the one that allows his biases to impact his picks the most. And could that come off? Totally. But I feel like that leaves your chance to flop on that at a higher rate than not choosing on bias. Whether Nick was in or out on Caleb, where he had him rated in his guide was horribly off. Andrews is old and... Yeah, J-Mo does have... J-Mo has elite luck, but he also manifests that for himself, so you gotta respect that. Made it to the New York Stock Exchange. Oh my God. All right. Could I take Nick in a fight? Yes. Nick is he's a skinny guy. He's a very skinny guy. Oh, look at this aura. That's elite aura. That's fire. I am in so much pain that it hurts. Ow. How sore are my legs? I'm reaching like an 8. Like a bad 8, 8.5. Yeah. Yeah, it hurts now. But we're close, so it's fine. Five minutes to go. Yeah, that was a nice rendition of Hallelujah from, I believe that guy was homeless. So, very appreciated. I need an ice bath, I do. The big problem at hand is that I just know myself. I'm about to get in bed tonight, no stretching, and then get on a 6-hour flight tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be worse than today. I'm pretty confident in that. Maybe if I have Epsom salt at home, I may hop in the bath. That could help. That could definitely help. Favorite NHL team is the Canadiens. Not a diehard fan, or a fan really for that matter. I would call myself a very loose supporter. Ooh. Oh, Epsom salt isn't the play anymore? I was not told that. What's the play now? On care? If it's not Epsom salt. THC creams? All right, maybe I'll smoke some weed and get some cream tonight. It's not a horrible idea. Once I pack for my trip, yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Ow, ow. How long does it take to get to the grocery store in New York? I don't even know what that means. There's grocery stores every other block. Like the maximum you're gonna have to walk to a grocery store is like 2 or 3 blocks. Pretty much no matter where you live. Yeah, I am struggling. I am struggling big time. The last 10, 15 minutes have been brutal. Ow, fuck.
but we're close. 400 feet. Have you stopped to take any breaks, eat food? So I've taken like 3 or 4 breaks, but I'm not allowed to sit down. So I've just really stretched, and then I've eaten twice. But still no sitting was allowed, so. But we're close. Very close.
I have not been to the gym. Yeah, what else? I just started
Do you have good running shoes on? I have my Hoka running shoes on, so yeah. I had pretty good wear for this trek. Have I pissed? Twice. I've peed twice. I haven't hydrated well enough, for sure, throughout. Ah, we made it. We have made it. The dead rabbit. How are you? Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. We made it. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? You look great.
What? Probably bad.
Not anywhere near as bad as I thought you would.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are we live right now?
What? Yeah, I'm about it.
Yeah, you're halfway there. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Oh, TikTok.
It's YouTube. Anything to say before I end it?
You did really well. Like,
Thank you.
Way more entertaining than I thought you would be. And I'd imagine the worst part was like holding the phone.
Yeah, that did suck.
How's your like throat?
Not that bad, actually.
Yo, but have you seen the new Spider-Man movie though?
All right, bye.
What company do you want to be?